Order. Sergeant at Arms will please secure the chamber doors. Members, please take your seats. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. President.
Members, we are very pleased today to have our own colleague from the 42nd District who has been looking forward to this for quite a bit. If we could please rise for the invocation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I love hymns, and hymns are so meaningful in so many ways. I used this one a couple of years ago. When I finished, people said it seems a little militaristic, and that's because in the Netherlands, where this hymn was composed, the Spanish were occupying the Netherlands at the time, and so you had the Protestants in the Netherlands and the Catholic Spanish occupying them. So that was the premise on which this hymn was written. It's 3 stanzas long. Let's bow our heads. We gather together to ask the Lord's blessing. He chastens and hastens his will to make known. The wicked oppressing now cease from distressing. Sing praises to his name, he forgets not his own. Beside us to guide us, our God with us joining, ordaining, maintaining his kingdom divine. So from the beginning, the fight we were winning. Thou, Lord, were at our side. All glory be thine. We all do extol thee, thou leader triumphant, and pray that thou still our defender will be. Let thy congregation escape tribulation. Thy name be ever praised. O Lord, make us free. Amen.
Amen. Well done. Pretty good. That's great. Thank you. Chair recognizes the Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we journalize the wonderful prayer from the gentleman from the 42nd District, my colleague in the Carroll County Senate delegation.
Yes, of course. Without objection, we will certainly journalize that wonderful hymn and appreciate the Senator for bringing that to our attention and giving that for our afternoon invocation today. I thought maybe I'd seen him sing at the committee parties. I wasn't sure what we were going to get today, but it was a wonderful, wonderful hymn. Wonderful hymn. All right. Has everyone recorded their presence? Almost. The clerk will take the call. With 44 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland is now back in session. Any introductions? Chair recognizes the senator from the 23rd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, please join me in recognizing my super-duper team, Mr. Clayton Jackson, my Chief of Staff, Trey Hayes, completing his first legislative session as my legislative director, and the super-duper Ms. Nia Norton, my intern from Bowie State University, studying criminal justice, who has a way of challenging every bill that I'm about to vote on. Please give them a round of applause, and I thank them for their service.
Welcome, and thank you for your all's work. You've done a great, great job. It's been a good session. Thank you all. Other introductions? Yes, Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Mr. President. Up in the gallery right behind us, we have an extraordinary young lady who has led the downtown partnership of Baltimore over the last couple of years. If you've ever had a chance to visit the Central Business District in Baltimore, you'd be greeted by guides, or safety guides, as well as cleanup guides. Please give a warm Senate welcome to Ms. Yolanda Stokes.
Welcome, Ms. Stokes. It's so great to see you. She's doing remarkable, remarkable work. Thank you, thank you. All right, other introductions? Any other introductions? No? Guess we'll have some more later tonight. So be considered the reading of the journal from the prior legislative day. If we could, let me just do a quick, we're missing one or two. Well, let's just do these first reading House bills. This is calendar number 41. Clerk will read the bills.
House Bill 892, Delegate Ivey, Environmental Comprehensive Flood Management Grant Program Funding for Undeserved and Overburdened Communities, rules. House Bill 1301, Delegate Crosby, State-Owned Nursing Homes Deficiency, Citations, Fines, Contractor Reporting Requirements, rules.
All right, let's go ahead and we're going to start with second readers. We're going to wait, and I think the minority leader is joining us any moment. So once he gets here, we'll get to the capital budget. I want to make sure that everybody is here. So let's go ahead and start with the Committee on Finance. We have report number 62. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 274, Delegate Bhandari, Task Force on Reducing Emergency Department wait times favorable with one amendment.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Baltimore City as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 988 is the same as the Senate Bill 828, which passed the Senate. The bill modifies last year's enacted family and medical leave
Just 1 second, Senator. Too quick. 274. Senator from Anne Arundel has the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 274 is the same bill that we heard earlier today, Senate Bill 387. It is a task force to review the reducing emergency department wait times in order to identify the root causes of overly long wait times in emergency departments in the state. The report's due by January 1st, 2024. The amendment reduces the number of members of the task force. I move the amendment and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 274 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 595, Delegate Chi, alcoholic beverages manufacturer licenses, direct shipments, favorable with two amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator from Anne Arundel as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 595, as amended, is similar to Senate Bill 448, which passed the Senate. The bill extends the termination dates for provisions that authorize the sale and delivery of liquor and beer by licensed in-state distillers and brewers from June 30th, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. The bill also delays the date from July 1st, 2023 to July 1st, 2024 that specified licensed breweries are authorized to sell up to 288 ounces of beer to a person at an off-site permitted event. Finally, the amended bill limits the amount of liquor or beer that may be directly shipped by a licensed distiller or brewery to a consumer in the state. The two amendments conform House Bill 595 to Senate Bill 448, are clarifying and require a report. I move the amendments and the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 595 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 988, Delegate Chi, family and medical leave insurance program modifications, favorable.
Chair recognizes Senator from Baltimore City.
Thank you, colleagues. This bill might sound familiar to you. House Bill 988 is the same as Senate Bill 828, which passed the Senate. The bill modified last year's enactment of the Family and Medical Leave Insurance Program by altering key administrative deadlines, technical definitions, and components of the program's administration. The bill extends the dates regarding employer and employee contributions and the beginning of benefit payments to covered individuals and other related implementation dates. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of a favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 988 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1000, Delegate Wilson, Alcohol and Tobacco Commission updates, favorable with three amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator from Anne Arundel as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1000 requires a person to hold a common carrier permit to transport premium cigars and tobacco or pipe tobacco in the state. The bill also authorizes the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission and the Maryland Department of Health to take actions, including unannounced warrantless searches, during the course of investigations and enforcement. Furthermore, the Commission is authorized to take actions with contraband tobacco products and requires the Commission, in collaboration and consultation with the Health Department and others, to develop strategies for tobacco enforcement. The bill also requires the Governor's Office of Small, Minority, and Women Business Affairs to conduct a study on eliminating barriers to entry in the wholesale and distribution sector of the alcohol industry. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendments 2 and 3 specify that only the Commission may conduct a search without a warrant if there is a reasonable, articulable suspicion, and clarifies the study language. I move the amendments of the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the three committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Chair recognizes Minority Whip on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I wonder if I could ask the floor leader to yield for question. This bill was
Sarah, may
in,
proceed.
Thank you. This bill was in the Senate Finance Committee, but there was no cross-file, so we only heard it recently and didn't have a ton of time to deliberate. So we did some work on it, but I wanted to ask a question. So we'd made some amendments to it. This is going to allow sworn officers, police officers, to come and search someone who holds a license to sell cigarettes, or?
These are officers from the Alcohol Tobacco Commission that'll be able to do warrantless searches, assuming they have a reasonable and articulable suspicion in order to do the search for contraband tobacco products. These are businesses that have a license in order to sell such products. So assuming that they have the privilege of this license, then they would be, I guess, liable, or before they could have these searches conducted upon them.
So that's key. So you've talked about one of the key issues with this bill. All of us want to be sure that our businesses that have a license, that have met the criteria to have a license, are following the law. You may not know, Mr. President, you may not know that apparently it's like the tax that we benefit from in the state on a pack of cigarettes. I was stunned that it was this high. $3.45 in tax revenue on a pack of cigarettes. I'm like, man, we are really raking it in, really punishing those folks who are addicted to smoking cigarettes. So I thought that was interesting, but that's not really the subject of this bill necessarily. It's just an editorial comment. The question I would have for the floor leader is just to reiterate, someone can come search, someone from the Alcohol Tobacco Commission, and before we amended the bill, that we also included the health department, but now we took them out of the bill, which is a great amendment. But they can search without a warrant. Someone can come into someone's business without a warrant, and are they able to search? How is that true that they can come into a business without a warrant?
Well, assuming this passes, that they would be able to go and search without a warrant, but they are currently able to search, as it is right now, for alcohol, for businesses that have an alcohol license. So that's what the existing law is right now. This would just create parity with those that have a tobacco selling license.
Yeah, that's an important point. We heard about that in committee, and that is a fair point. I think I don't think we had an opportunity to flesh this out in committee, but I wonder if you could acknowledge that folks who sell alcohol, with only a few small exceptions, you only sell alcohol. But folks who sell cigarettes could be selling all manner of products, and cigarette sales only a small part of their business. Is that fair to say?
Well, I mean, I would think that liquor stores sell other products besides just alcohol. But I mean, sure. I mean, if there are stores that sell tobacco and they'll sell other things, but I do think liquor stores also sell other things in addition to alcohol products.
That's true. They could. But generally, the primary part of their business is liquor, whereas when we're dealing with people who have a license to sell, say, cigarettes or other types of smoking tobacco, they're a lot of times they're a convenience store, or so, yeah. Okay, so the committee, we considered the idea of making it more stringent, but we settled on articulable. What was it we settled on?
We settled on reasonable, articulable suspicion.
Is that a legal standard?
There are. I think. I mean, I can confirm, but I searched, and that's used for that's a legal standard that's below probable cause. That's used for other manners of, I guess, in criminal procedure. I couldn't come up with an example right now, but I know it is indeed a legal standard.
Okay, and so I guess maybe my final question, and thank you, Mr. President. My final question would be, if someone has they've met this standard, or they believe they've met this standard, and they come in, are they only able to search for whether cigarette cartons don't have the right stamps on them? Because that's generally what we're looking at, is whether they have the proper paperwork and stamps. Can they search for just that, or can they search for anything, for other things?
It's my understanding that whatever they observe has to be a tobacco product, but I think that's accurate, yes.
So if they observe something else that they feel is untoward, they could report that to law enforcement?
I guess I'm not quite certain what you mean by untoward, but I think if they have an evidentiary basis in order to conduct this search based on a reasonable and articulable suspicion that there are contraband tobacco products being sold, that's what the ultimate search is and what they're trying to locate.
Okay. Thank you very much for answering the questions.
you.
And Mr. President, I just have, I think my questions outlined some concerns with this bill, despite the good work our committee tried to do on it. And it isn't to disparage the folks who work with the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission. It's an important job, and they're professionals. But there's some concerns about the safeguards, about having warrantless searches, which even though we had an amendment to help with that, it still is a warrantless search. So I do have concerns about the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from the 45th District on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is a very important issue for my neighborhood. So if
Question
I could,
for the floor leader.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator may proceed. Senator may proceed.
Thank you. I just wanted to recognize and just bring this back. These businesses need licensure for this tobacco that they're selling, correct?
You're correct, Senator.
So not everybody can sell tobacco. You need a license to sell this tobacco.
You're correct, Senator.
We didn't force them to go and get this license to be able to sell this tobacco, did we?
I'm sorry, what was that?
We didn't force them to go and apply or try to get a license to sell tobacco, correct?
You're correct, Senator.
And typically, if any one of our legislators have an issue with some of these types of things, we need the oversight agency to have some level of teeth, correct?
I would agree with that. Thank you.
And when we're thinking about what they're doing in reference to going in to inspect the store or the folks that are doing this, they're looking for things such as to make sure that they have the proper licensure, correct?
Correct.
They're looking for things like where they do store the cigarettes or the tobacco, correct?
Correct.
They're thinking about whether the tobacco is outside where anybody can easily access them, or if they're behind the clerk where the clerk would be able to assess them, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And then we're also making sure that we look at the invoices and things of that nature to make sure that they properly have the stock that they're supposed to, correct?
Exactly, to make sure that they're complying with the regulations of their license. Correct.
I appreciate the floor leader, but more importantly, Mr. President, I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you to the Finance Committee that they did for this work. It's all the time, it's on a regular basis that we receive calls, whether it's alcohol, whether it's tobacco, and this is one of the few agencies that can get it done to make sure that we have the teeth inside of our neighborhoods to address these issues. So thank you again.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Chair recognizes the Senator from the 42nd District on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I ask a few questions of the floor leader,
yield.
please?
Senator may proceed.
Thank you. Is it the opinion of the Finance Committee that the U.S. Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution does not apply in cases where you have licensed tobacco dealers?
These are businesses that are under a license that's given to them by the state, and that makes them subject to an unannounced search. That's what's currently done when you're given an alcohol license. This would create parity in with those that are given a tobacco license. These are businesses that, as part of their license, they are going to be subject to an unannounced search.
So again, to make it clear, it is the opinion of the Finance Committee, and I guess the Bureau of the State that licenses cigarette dealers, that they give up their Fourth Amendment rights when they get licensed as cigarette dealers, correct?
Senator, again, as I stated before, they have the privilege of a license to sell these products, and as part of having that privilege for that license to sell tobacco products, they are going to be subject to an unannounced search to ensure compliance with their license. It's the same thing as what is given right now currently for an alcohol license.
So I understand the reasonably articulable suspicion standard when we're talking about, say, people driving cars, and the policeman who stops the car on the highway doesn't have the opportunity to go to the court to get a warrant. They're out there on the road. The police officer needs some standard, but the idea of going to see a judge to get a warrant simply isn't possible under the circumstances. But here we're not talking about that. We're talking about a place of business which is in existence from day to day, week to week, month to month. And it would seem to me that if the executive director, to use the term in the bill, would like to search the premises, the executive director certainly has the opportunity and the time to go to the court and use the customary Fourth Amendment standards to get a warrant. Do you disagree with that?
I think the concern that was raised by the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission, and that I would agree with, is that if you take the time to go to get a warrant, they could get rid of those contraband products. And as I stated previously, I think that giving them this license in order to sell these products and making them subject to an unannounced search, and they'll be notified of it throughout when they're given the license and at renewal in the future. The Alcohol Tobacco Commission indicated as such.
But I don't see anything in the bill which talks about exigency of circumstances. The bill doesn't say if there's an urgent need, we can go in without going to the court and using probable cause to get a warrant. This seems to be open-ended and covers in any situation at all. If the executive director wants to take a look at what's there on the premises, under this bill, am I not correct, the executive director never has to go to a court to get a warrant, can simply invade the premises with no announcement at all and nothing in hand to show that a court has reviewed the need to violate the Fourth Amendment rights of the owners, correct?
And thank you for that question, that comment. So I think the exigency is contemplated by the bill, and the fact that, if they're given notice, they could lose the investigation, they could, discard the contraband product. So therefore, it's basically if they want to play, they have to play by the rules ultimately. If you want a license in order to sell these products, you have to play by the rules ultimately. You have to be subject to an unannounced search to ensure that you're complying with the regulations of your license.
So it's your position, or the committee's position, excuse me, that in any situation, in every situation, there's no need to go to a court. You can the Bureau can simply arrive at the premises, knock on the door, and enter and search the premises without any prior court approval.
If they have a reasonable and articulable suspicion that there are contraband tobacco products in the same way that we're doing currently for alcohol, then they would be able to search.
And isn't there a difference between reasonably articulable suspicion on the one hand and probable cause, which has been fleshed out in literally thousands of Supreme Court decisions in the past 50 years on the other hand?
If you're asking me if there's a difference between probable cause and reasonable articulable suspicion,
Yes.
I would agree with you.
Okay.
There is a difference between those two standards.
So why didn't the committee use the probable cause standard, which is what is needed to obtain a warrant under the Fourth Amendment?
We heard from individuals from the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission indicating that it would make it ultimately challenging for them to conduct these searches. And so ultimately the decision was made is that we could balance the concern of doing a warrantless search as well as giving them the opportunity to do these investigations and be able to seize contraband products. This is the balance that we decided upon.
Okay, so the commission, or what is it, the Bureau?
Alcohol and Tobacco Commission.
Commission. So the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission concluded that it would be too onerous for them to comply with the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and instead persuaded the committee to have a lower standard which will allow them to invade any of these premises with no prior validation by a court that the probable cause standard had been met, correct?
We heard testimony from the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission expressing concerns of their ability to conduct these searches if they had to have either to obtain a warrant first or if they required a probable cause standard, which is the current, the standard that's required for a warrant search.
Okay. Mr. President, I have an amendment. I don't know whether this is the appropriate time to hand it out.
Not quite yet. Not
Okay,
quite yet.
I'll wait.
Just a moment. All right, so question is on the three amendments. Any further discussion? Any objection to the House, to the committee's amendments? Without objection, the three committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Senator has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If people were paying attention to the colloquy I just had with the floor leader, this amendment will not be surprising. It merely replaces the term reasonable articulable suspicion in the bill with the term probable cause, which is the standard under the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Again, I believe we should follow the Constitution as best we can in this body and not try to cut corners. So I urge a favorable vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Let's hear from the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the body to resist this amendment. We heard from the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission asking that that they be given the opportunity to do their job, to seize these contraband products that I think is a problem in many of our districts. We've been hearing from businesses, from constituents, that this continues to be a problem. For them to be able to effectively do their job, this probable cause standard would take them too much time in order to be able to effectively seize these products and also risk these contraband products being discarded before they'd have an opportunity to be able to do their investigation. So I would ask the body to resist this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. President.
All right, thank you. On the amendment, let's go ahead and hear from a senator who's not yet spoken. Chair recognizes Senator from District 7.
I just have a question for either the floor leader or the sponsor.
Well,
I don't know if anybody can answer this. Did the comptroller's office have this power before we transferred it from them to this agency?
You are correct. This did have, the comptroller had this jurisdiction, and that was transferred to Alcohol and Tobacco Commission. Correct.
But did they have this power?
They did not. Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question. No, they did not have this power.
Okay, thank you.
all right. On any senators who have not yet spoken wish to speak? If not, Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the question is clear. I just would ask for a recorded vote.
All right. On the amendment, any further discussion? Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery County on the amendment.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And colleagues, I appreciate the concerns that we have heard from my friend from Baltimore County. And what the committee looked at was balancing the needs of the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission to do its job and also the rights of the store owners. One of the things we need to recognize is that when the store owner receives a license to sell this product, they have to acknowledge that they're going to be playing by the rules that come along with that license. And while with alcohol right now, the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission can, in fact, have warrantless searches. They have not had that ability relating to tobacco products until the bill that is before us. So this committee gave considerable consideration to where the balance needed to be, what guardrails should be put in place, and that's why the committee determined that the reasonable articulable suspicion was the appropriate standard, so that no, the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission cannot just go marching in and randomly do a search. There has to be some reason to believe that there is a violation of the store owner's license. And they have to be able to articulate that message when they go before the court. They can't just say, hey, I had this gut instinct, therefore I went back into the storage room and started my search. So that's what the delicate balance was that this committee took. I agree with the concerns, but I also appreciate and understand when applying for and receiving a license to sell this product, that there are consequences that come with it, and one of them now will be that if there's a suspicious activity that gives rise to law enforcement wanting to do further investigation, they will have that ability if they can articulate what their concerns are, as opposed to carte blanche, which currently exists, as was stated, with alcohol. Now, I will point out, colleagues, because the question was asked, what could they be searching for? Well, under the bill, it specifies that the executive director can look for a violation of the title that is referenced in the bill, and that relates to the proper licensing of the product, as well as 10107 of the criminal law article, which relates to selling to minors and making illegal sales that should not be made. So what it is they can do is in fact very limited. It's not being able to search the premises in their entirety, and I do believe that the committee hit a good balance. In fact, as the bill came in, as introduced to the committee, it would have allowed local health departments to have warrantless searches. That was stripped entirely out of the bill. They no longer have anything to do with this search. They're out. It limits it to the law enforcement personnel of the Alcohol and Tobacco Commission. So with that, Mr. Chair, I am going to suggest we resist the amendment and vote for the bill as passed by the committee. Thank you, sir.
All right. It's like ping pong. One hit, then the response. All right. Back on the amendment. Let's hear from the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just speaking in support of the amendment, I just want to stress this bill is attempting to allow warrantless search. And what is the great travesty that is taking place? The state of Maryland is missing out on some tax revenue. Now, we don't want that to happen. People need to pay their taxes. We want the people who have a license, who've obtained a license by qualifying for it. It's been stated it's a privilege. We've laid out in the law how you can qualify for these. If you qualify for it, you should follow the law, and there should be consequences if you don't. But we have a lot of other things going on in this state. There's not been a rush for warrantless search in a lot of other important areas. And I just cannot stress enough, once again, the people that are selling tobacco, it's not generally a tobacco shop. It is a convenience store. Some of these convenience stores may have parts that are locked at certain times for safety. There are times that, what is the method where if someone needs to get in a warrantless search and the owner is not there and the store is not open? I mean, what happens then? You're putting a lot of things into it. It's very dangerous to have just warrantless search for something that is not an issue of public safety. We're not talking about public safety here. We're talking about alleged allegations of someone not following through and paying the proper taxes, or perhaps some smuggling, which is bad, but it is not a public safety issue. So this amendment is very appropriate to say we're not going to have warrantless search and seizure, warrantless search in this area. We're going to have to show probable cause. So, Mr. President, I support the amendment.
All right. On the amendment, are there any senators who have not yet spoken who wish to speak? If not, Chair recognizes the senator maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. It will be brief. My good friend from Montgomery County, who has breakfast with me most mornings, makes a very strong argument. And I would agree with it, but for one fact that's missing. There's nothing in this bill that requires exigent circumstances to be present in order to conduct one of these searches. This bill lets these searches be conducted at any time for no reason at all, and there's no limitation. If the requirement was that if there are exigent circumstances, you could make a warrantless search, I would be comfortable with it. I think that would pass constitutional muster. Simply allowing warrantless searches for any time, for any reason, doesn't pass constitutional muster. And I therefore would recommend a green vote on the amendment. Thank you.
All right, I think we know the issue. If there's no further discussion, a green vote for the amendment, a red vote against. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 30 votes to the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1000 is hereby ordered passed to third reading. All right, can we do a quorum call, please, Madam Clerk?
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the almost call. With 47 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session. Let's take up the, third reading calendar number 51. Take up the capital budget. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 201, the Speaker, Maryland Consolidated Capital Bond Loan of 2023.
All right, House Bill 201 is on third reading for final passage. Chair recognizes Chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I know this is sine die, so I will keep my remarks brief, because the quicker I speak, the more we can get this money out the door. Because this is the Maryland Job Infrastructure Bill of the state of Maryland, and I just wanted to let my colleagues know kind of where this money was going to. This money is going to go support our hospitals from Western Maryland to from Cheverly to Chestertown. This is going to support parks from Roland Park to Kelly Field to the Trail Network in Anne Arundel County. And this is the infrastructure bill. So this is going to help from Bruinsboro to Burtonsville. And it's also going to invest a lot of money in public safety, whether that's public safety upgrades in Frederick, Carroll County, and even our police stations in Glen Arden. We passed a House resolution today and a Senate resolution that says that the FBI should come to Maryland, and within this capital budget, we invest more than $100 million to do that. We also support our individuals with developmental disabilities, whether that's putting money towards CSAC, Camp Fairley, or Kennedy Krieger. And we also support our arts and non-for-profits, whether that's in Harvard to Grace or anywhere else. Mr. President, colleagues, this is really investing in every part of the state of Maryland, and it's my great honor to support this body's efforts to produce a good capital budget, as well as thanking the House of Delegates and the Moore administration. And with that, Mr. President, I'm proud to cast a green vote.
Thank you, Senator. All right, House Bill 201 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. Being in budget and tax and having the opportunity to see the work that we do in budget and tax, as I've talked to our minority group here, and our minority leaders, I want to thank the chairman for working with us and working with this floor. We see the bipartisanship and what happens here, and we can't thank I can't thank the good senator and the good work that he continues to do in this committee. And I just want to thank him for working with us, but working with every person in this floor. There's no difference in, I believe, with his eyes and his heart. So I want to thank for his kindness and just reaching out to every person, but I know he's reached out to me and every committee member. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this bill.
Thank you, Senator. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, just very briefly, Chair in explaining his vote just wants to thank the chair, the vice chair, all the members of the Capital Committee. Truly, it's a testament. This bill was, we didn't get this bill until the 84th day, which is a precedent that certainly we don't want to repeat ever again. But, you know, the work that the chair did in combination with the members was pretty remarkable to be ready to go and be throughout. And so I just appreciate that effort. This is one of our most important bills. It's our job creator bill of the year. And so with that, I'm proud to cast my green vote on this excellent piece of work from the Senate. Clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 201 have received a constitutional majority. Is declared passed. Good job. All right, let's take up these Senate bills quickly. They're on third reader. I know some folks have to go out and vote, but let's get some of these. This is number 70. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 208, Senator Bailey, criminal law, indecent exposure within the presence of a minor.
All right, Senate Bill 208 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 208, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 226, Senator Salling, criminal law, child pornography, accessing and intentionally viewing.
Senate Bill 226 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 226 having received the constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 387, Senator Lewis Young, Task Force on Reducing Emergency Department Wait Times.
Senate Bill 387 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 387 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. We've got a conference committee report here. This is Senate Bill 448. 448. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 448, Senator Guile, alcoholic beverages, manufacturers licenses, and off-site permits.
Chair recognizes the chair of the conference committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 448 extends the termination dates for provisions that authorize the sale and delivery of liquor and beer by licensed in-state distillers and brewers from June 30th, 2023 to June 30th, 2025. The conference committee amendments extend the relevant provisions to June 30th, 2024 and require a report. Move to adopt the conference committee report.
All right, the chair of the conference committee moves that we adopt the conference committee report. Any discussion? Any objections with the report? Without objection, the conference committee report is adopted. Senate Bill 448 is again before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 448, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, let's do this. Let's take up, let's move to the second readers. Chair of Judicial Proceedings, are you ready to pull folks off? All right, recognizing the Chair of Judicial Proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pull the Judicial Proceedings Committee off to the silver room for a quick voting session.
All right. Judicial Proceedings, please make your way to the silver room, and we will take up what we can while we are awaiting. Is that JPR? Oh, that's JPR, I think. All right, let's take up Special Order Calendar number 57, Vice Chair of Budget and Tax. I think we're ready for this bill. Special Order Calendar 57. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 191, Delegate Polakovich Carr, income tax payments of fines, penalties, and other amounts, addition, modification. Question is on the adoption of the two committee amendments in the favorable report.
All right, Chair recognizes Vice Chair of the committee. The question is on the committee amendments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. This bill is designed to close a loophole in our law in which when a company is found by a court or a settlement with the Attorney General of having violated our law and is subject to fines and to making folks whole, the law says that the fines are not deductible, but this bill makes sure that the restitution provided in the settlement or in the court decision in Maryland would also not be tax deductible. We had a little snafu in terms of the drafting the amendment, and so the amendment that was adopted in committee is not the proper amendment, and so I have a substitute amendment to offer.
All right, so the Senator has moved to remove the committee amendments. Any objection? Without objection, the committee amendments are withdrawn. Pages will collect and distribute the Senator's substitute amendment.
Should I
just give us
wait?
one moment to get it locked into the...
I'll wait.
Make sure we're all correct. All right, sir, may I explain the amendment?
The amendment is simply clarifies what the controller had recommended. The one that we adopted in committee had not exactly reflected what the controller had suggested. This clarifies that.
All right.
So I would move the, well, let me just say this. There was no opposition to the bill, and there was no opposition in committee. And I would move the amendments.
All right. The Senator moves
the favorable report.
The amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 191 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. All right, let's go to Committee on Education, Energy, and the Environment, report number 63. Is that the one? Okay, wait, hold on, we actually have to hold on that. Let's go to 47. Is Judicial Proceedings isn't here. Budget and Tax is up. Report number 43. Clerk, read the first bill.
House Bill 51, Delegate Corman, Department of Transportation, Grant Anticipation Revenue Vehicle Bonds and Grant Anticipation Notes. Favorable, 2 amendments.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Baltimore City, the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 51 as amended is identical to Senate Bill 24 as it passed the Senate. House Bill 51 modifies the Garvey Bond Program and expands the authority of the Maryland Department of Transportation, MDOT, to issue additional bonds backed by future federal aid under specified conditions. Mr. President, Amendment number 1 makes technical changes. Amendment number 2 establishes the Maryland Commission on Transportation Revenue and Infrastructure needs to review, evaluate, and make recommendations on funding sources and structure of the Maryland Transportation Trust Fund. Move adoption of the 2 amendments in the favorable committee report, Mr. President.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 51 is hereby ordered passed for 3rd reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 270, Delegate Wells, Film Production Activity Income Tax Credit Alterations in Maryland Entertainment Council. Favorable with 2 amendments.
Recognizing Chair of the committee is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 270 as amended is identical to Senate Bill 452 as it was passed by the Senate earlier today. House Bill 270 alters the film production activity tax credit by increasing the amount of credits the Department of Commerce may award and establishes the Maryland Entertainment Council. 2 amendments. Amendment 1 makes technical changes. Amendment 2 adds the members of the Entertainment Council and adds components to the study. Move adoption of 2 amendments and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 270 is hereby ordered passed for 3rd reading. Let's go to Budget and Tax number 44. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 675, Delegate Hutchinson, Commission to Study Trauma Center Funding in Maryland. Favorable.
675. Out. Chair recognizes Chair of the committee.
House Bill 675 is a cross-file to Senate Bill 493 as passed unanimously by the Senate. The bill establishes a commission to study trauma center funding in Maryland and study the adequacy of trauma center funding across the state for operating capital and workforce costs. The Maryland Institute for Emergency Medical Services Systems and the Maryland Health Care Commission must jointly staff the commission. By December 1st, 2023, the commission must report its findings and recommendations to the Governor and General Assembly. The bill takes effect on June 1st, 23, and terminates on June 24th. There are no amendments. Move adoption. Committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 675 is hereby ordered passed for 3rd reading. Let's go to report number 45. Report number 45. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 371, Delegate Attar, Recordation Tax Authorization for Counties to Accept Indemnity Mortgages. Favorable, 2 amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Sarah may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a long day, and it's not even through it yet. But House Bill 371 is the direct cross-file to Senate Bill 476 that passed unanimously out of the Senate already. There's 2 committee amendments. This is dealing with IDOTs. It just increases the opportunity to have more investment throughout the state and different counties. There are 2 amendments. The first is technical. The second returns the exemption threshold to what the Senate had passed. I move adoption of the amendments in the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves to the adoption of the 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title?
Mr. President.
Seeing none, House Bill 371 is ordered passed for 3rd reading. Yes?
Mr. President, just given the late hour, I would ask if we could suspend the rules to have 2 readings on the same day.
Normally the answer would be yes, but we are missing all of JPR. which creates a problem.
Can we special order this to when JPR gets back?
We can bring it back. Senator can make the motion when the JPR gets back, and we'll see where we are.
Mr. President, that sounds wonderful. Let's take this back up when the judicial proceedings comes back.
Excellent. We will. Great. All right. Let's see. Where are we? Let's take up. Are we ready for finance? Sure. Okay. Let's do finance report number 63. Oh, this is the same one, isn't it? That's all right. Report number 63 out of finance. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 288, Delegate Cullison, Grocery Stores and Restaurants, Automatic External Defibrillator Program, Joe Shea, Act favorable.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Montgomery County as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 288 is similar to Senate Bill 299, which passed the Senate earlier. The bill requires, beginning in January 1, 2025, specified restaurants and grocery stores to have an on-site approved automatic external defibrillator. Pardon me. AEDs must be placed in prominent areas and the functionality must be maintained. There are no amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 288 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 797, Montgomery County Delegation and Prince George's County Delegation, Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission Collective Bargaining Agreement Implementation Dispute Arbitration MC/PG 103-23 favorable.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Montgomery County as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 797 is a local bill that authorizes the appointment of a mediator or arbitrator during the term of a collective bargaining agreement between the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission and the employee organization. The bill is supported by the Prince George's and Montgomery County Senate delegations. There are no amendments. There was no opposition. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 797 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Waiting on that. Waiting on that. All right, we have House bills, so we've got two messages. Let's pull up House Bill 374. Clerk will read the bill and the first message.
Message to the Senate, House Bill 374, Delegate Kipke, Health Insurance, Pharmacy Benefits Managers, Audits of Pharmacies and Pharmacists. By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully requests the Senate recede from its position. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Cullison, Chair, Delegate Hill, Delegate M. Morgan. Said bill is returned herewith by order Sylvia Seegert, Chief Clerk.
Message having been read is ordered journalized. Clerk will read the next message.
Message to the House of Delegates by the Majority Leader. Ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, House Bill 374, Delegate Kipke, Health Insurance, Pharmacy Benefits Managers, Audits of Pharmacies and Pharmacists. The Senate does not recede in the House amendments. The Senate respectfully requests the House reconsider and concur. Said bill is returned herewith by order Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
Message having been read is adopted. All right. Budget and tax, we ready for this? I think we are. 46, you ready? All right, let's go to report number 46. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 789, Delegate D. Jones, Catastrophic Event Account, Unit of Local Government Authorized Fund, favorable of two amendments.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 30th District as the floor leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, though this has a different name, House Bill 789 has been amended to be identical to Senate Bill 650 that this chamber passed unanimously. Just as a quick reminder, this has to do when we have local states of emergency, tornadoes or floods or anything like that. We just are not built as a state government to respond swiftly to our locals when that happens. So this bill, as amended, provides for a specific fund that can be quickly deployed to help our municipalities and counties when there is a natural disaster that is big enough to be destructive to our communities, but not large enough for FEMA to come in. So, Mr. President, there are two committee amendments. The first makes technical changes. The second allows for local and municipal governments to use the fund and respond to those natural disasters and emergencies. I move adoption of the two committee amendments in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 789 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1196, Delegate Smith, Blueprint for Maryland's Future Implementation, Funding and Independent Evaluation, Alterations favorable with two amendments.
Chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1196 as amended requires the state and county to share in the cost of providing county boards with $150,000 for the salary and benefits of a blueprint coordinator, which under the blueprint every school board is required to have. The bill also delays an implementation study to adjust for the lost time in beginning implementation of the blueprint due to the veto override of the original blueprint bill and due to the time it took to set up the independent state agency of the AIB. There are two committee amendments. First, technical. Second, strikes provisions that the House added regarding funding for certain school districts for fiscal 2024 because this was done in the operating budget. The amendment also makes clear the funding for blueprint coordinators includes benefits. Finally, the amendment includes a technical adjustment to other dates that conform the bill to the delay that the House adopted. Move adoption of the amendments in the favorable committee report.
All right, floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendments, chair recognizes the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if I could ask the chairman to yield, the floor leader to yield for a question.
Will the floor leader yield?
Okay.
Yes.
Very gently. No. The bill's been heavily amended, I see. So this, I didn't know that this was a requirement in the blueprint, but every county system needs to have a coordinator for implementation. Correct? Correct. Yeah. So the coordinator, is it their job to be the interface between the AIB, or is it just their job to be kind of facilitating? Are we that prescriptive as to what their job is? And I recognize that, well, I just asked a policy question. But
Coordinate within the system.
Okay. Do we typically have a practice of mandating the exact amount of salary and benefits for a county employed person?
We have done it for other positions, yes.
Like staff?
Wraparound services coordinator.
Okay. $150,000 is, for some counties it would make sense. Other counties, that's a lot of money. So I just was curious, but it was more before we amended.
That's why we include the benefits with that also, when you put all that together.
Okay. All right. Just curious. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Questions on the two amendments? Any further discussion? Any objections to the two amendments? Without objection, the two amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1196 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. We've got report number 63 out of Education, Energy, and the Environment. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 872, Montgomery County Delegation, Prince George's County Delegation, WSSC Service Near Regional Transit Districts and Neighborhood Centers in Prince George's County, Contracts MC/PG 111-23, favorable. This is an emergency bill.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 23rd as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 872 is an emergency bill authorizing the Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission to contract with the District of Columbia or the District of Columbia Water and Sewer Authority for the construction, maintenance, and operation of a water supply, sewer, or drainage system by authorizing the District of Columbia or the District of Columbia Water and Sewer Authority to provide water service, sewer service, or water and sewer service to a border property in Prince George's County as specified. The bill applies only prospectively to future water and sewer connections and terminates 5 years from the date it's enacted. There are no committee amendments. I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 872 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Chair recognizes the Senator.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the rules and allow for 2 readings on one day on this emergency bill.
Senator, we are in a bit of a we are missing JPR, so we can't do it at the moment. But we can take it up quickly. We'll see if we can get the third reader calendar prepared quickly. We have plenty of time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
This is unamended, right? Unamended? It is. Yeah, well, we got plenty of time. Plenty of time. All right, let's go to House Bill 255, excuse me, the layover calendar number 35, as we're waiting. Here. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 255, Delegate Boyce, Maryland, Paint Stewardship. Question is on the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable report.
All right, question is on the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Chair recognizes the minority leader on the amendments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Could the floor leader just yield for a quick question?
On the floor to yield. Senator may proceed.
Thank you very much. Again, we've seen this bill a number of different years. Question continues to be, how essentially is this paid for?
As you know, Senator, there's a small fee when you buy a gallon of paint for about $40. You'll be paying about 70 cents.
So the consumer pays 70 cents?
Yep.
Additional, is it line itemed out or is it just built in the cost of the, $40, by the way, is cheap for a can of paint.
Okay, there we go.
I've
so
seen $80, so.
Well, if it's $80, then 70 cents is even less.
Be nothing, unless it's based on the cost of the paint.
It is not.
It is not.
So just to be clear, and that's actually a pun, the whole thing is very transparent. It is not included in the price. It is a separate line item so everybody knows how much is being charged and where it's going.
Okay, so an individual buys a can of paint, pays an extra 70 cents, uses 3/4 of the paint, doesn't need any more. What is the process on how this now is disposed?
The consumer can return it to the store if they have a receptacle to collect them, or they can return it somewhere that is, for 90% of Marylanders, going to be within 15 miles of their home, and drop it off there where it will, both the paint and the can will be recycled and reused, as opposed to going into the landfill.
Okay, and that's the important part, but just, can they return it to the store that they purchased it at, or I guess that's the question.
Depends on the store. So Lowe's may do it, and Joe's Hardware may not have the bandwidth or the storage space. It just depends on the local store.
Okay, so so how does an individual know what stores they can bring it back to?
It's going to be in the seller's interest to make sure that the consumer is well informed.
Why does the seller care?
The seller cares because they want repeat business. They want happy customers who are going to come back for another gallon of paint and some saws and ladders and rakes and everything else.
Okay, so the consumer buys it from one store, may not be able to bring it back to that store, but could bring it back to another paint receiving store, recyclable paint receiving store, right?
Some other venue, some other location, yes.
Okay, other locations you'd mentioned before were counties. Is this program work with the county transfer stations?
Very closely working with each of the 24 counties. There will be a liaison in each of the counties to help make sure that the program is going to be successful in that jurisdiction.
Okay, and then just back to the beginning when you said 70 cents. How is that cost determined?
The calculation is based on the size of the item, of the paint, so it will be less if you buy less paint. So if you buy half gallon, it's going to be like 35 cents.
Okay, and did we determine that, or is the the program determines that?
That is going to be the starting price. Again, as we've discussed, 10 states and the District of Columbia has been doing this. And each year there's an independent audit to make sure that there is not more money collected than it costs to run the program. If there is, then prospectively there will be a reduction in the fee.
And in cost to run the program, how is that determined?
That is everything from the vehicle that's going around to the transfer stations or the pickup locations, collecting it and then depositing it, recycling the cans, recycling the paint, delivering it to the next location. So it's the overhead.
Are they allowed to make a profit?
There is no profit. It's making sure that the cost is covered.
Just making
It is
sure.
a nonprofit. It's a 501c3.
Okay. And then they report to Department of Environment? Is that,
Yes,
that's
correct.
The governing?
MDE, Maryland Department of the Environment, oversees the program.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, on the two amendments, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objection? Oh, excuse me. On the report, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 255 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Let's just see. Special order calendar number 56. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 869, Delegate Boyce, Department of the Environment.
This is on third reading, isn't it? We don't have everybody. Do we have everybody else back?
Mr. President,
Yep.
I don't know if we could special order this bill until the appropriate time next session.
Let's do this. Let's do it at the end of the calendar today. I didn't want to pull up a third reader. Are there any objections if we do it at the end of the calendar? Without objection, we'll special order at the end of the calendar today. All right, let's go to, I think that's also third. Do we have everybody else back? All right, let's do this. We have report number 64. This is still on second. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 793, Delegate Charkoudian, Offshore Wind Energy State Goals and Procurement Promoting Offshore Wind Energy Resources Act, favorable with two amendments.
Chair recognizes the senator from District 9 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this bill is in the identical posture to Senate Bill 781 as amended by the Conference Committee. The bill generally requires the Public Service Commission to request that PJM Interconnection conduct an analysis of specified offshore wind transmission system expansion options. The PSC must issue or request that PJM issue competitive solicitations for related projects. There are two committee amendments. The first one makes technical changes, and the second one conforms this bill to Senate Bill 781 as amended by the Conference Committee. Specifically, the amendments remove a disparity study and remove preferences for business under the Federal Disadvantaged Business Program. I move the adoption of the amendment and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the floor leader respond to a couple questions?
Senator may proceed.
I know we went back and forth on some amendments between the House and the Senate. Could you clarify in the final amendments we adopted if that included more public hearings for deliberations of these offshore wind development projects?
So those weren't in the most recent Conference Committee reports, but stand by and we'll answer that one.
I just want to confirm. We went back and forth on those. I just want to confirm that they're...
Yes, it does expand the public hearings.
In the House amendments that we adopted.
Yes, because we had previously adopted those in the Senate bill, and then we conformed this bill to match that one.
Okay. And were there any amendments that prohibited transmission, cable, landfall on the town of Ocean City?
No.
There were not. Thank you.
All right, question is on the two committee amendments. Any further discussion? If not, any objections to the two amendments? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the favorable committee report as amended. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 793 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Let's go to Special Order Calendar number 59. 59. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 914, Delegate Jackson, Public Service Commission, Judicial Review Proceedings. Question is on the adoption of the favorable report.
All right, question is on the adoption of the favorable report from the Special Order Calendar. Any discussion on the report? Chair recognizes the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. The floor leader could yield for questions, please.
Yep. Senator may proceed.
Oh, there he is. Trying to understand this piece of legislation. It literally has judicial review and proceedings in the title, but it did not go to that committee. It went to EEE committee. But it deals with the locations on which a PSC order can be appealed.
Senator, it's in the public utilities article, which is the reason why we're here. What it deals with is in the Maryland courts and the judicial proceeding, like you mentioned, these are civil actions that are brought in the county where the defendants reside, carries on regular business, or is employed or engages in a vocation. So in this instance, these are appeals of PSC decisions. The PSC is the defendant. The PSC is in Baltimore, and that's where they carry out their regular business. And so this is just simply saying that, and the thing is, what happened, we had carved out an exception for the public service companies, the utilities, because we wanted to make sure that they could appeal in the territory that they represent. So if they are located in the Eastern Shore, and their property is listed in Eastern Shore, that they could do the appeal there. What has occurred is that there are these companies who are energy providers. They are energy providers as a part of retail, who are using that exception in a way that it was not meant to be. So this is really clarifying to say that they should be treated the same way that Uber drivers are, the other things that are regulated by the PSC, where they have their order happens in Baltimore, and they are the defendant, and that they then appeals would occur in Baltimore, or if you have a physical location, like what the public service companies were, you could do it where you have the public service company location is. That's what the bill does.
Okay, but under the PUA article, public service commissions,
companies?
Public service companies,
yes, sir,
are a lot broader than the public utilities, right? They actually are what you just talked about. They're the transportation network companies, which are the Ubers and Lyfts. They're the taxi cab companies that we dealt with, telephone companies. All of those companies are the public service companies that you refer to, right? And any of those companies could appeal to the county in which they provide those services, right?
If they are physically present, if they do provide their services primarily in those places. Most of the companies who are these retail suppliers, they are not actually from or in the state of Maryland. They're from somewhere else, and they don't really have, they're not really domiciled here in the state. So, but what this really does is very simple. It's a really simple piece. What it says is that the circuit court for any county in which the public service company that was a party in the proceeding provides service. So it really is just tightening up the language to say that for those utilities, which is really aimed at, that they would be able to do it where they provide service, and as the defendant, because this is where the PSC is the defendant, they would be able to be the defendant in their jurisdiction, which where they're located is Baltimore City.
So we have other agencies, Maryland Insurance Association, Workers' Comp. They can choose to have an appeal at either, let's say, take Workers' Comp for instance. the location on which the injury or accident occurred, the location of the individual that was harmed, or the company. They could choose between 3 different locations to hear those cases. We are saying that just the retail energy suppliers have to go?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
What we're saying is that everyone who is subject to the public service article actually has to go to Baltimore or to where they have this physically domiciled conducting a business. They actually do. So if Uber ends up with an order that comes from the PSC, in order for them to, and they want to appeal that decision because the PSC is the defendant, they have to do that in Baltimore City. Or they have, because they are not physically located anywhere here in the state, although they're doing business all over. And so we're just putting them into the same posture, which was the intent. We are putting the retail sales folks in the same posture as other entities that are regulated by the PSC as it relates to appeals of these orders.
All right. What you're saying, so I've talked to a number of people in our hour or so break that we had about this legislation, and I'm not exactly hearing the same thing. What I'm hearing is that the public service companies, for instance, the electric companies, gas companies, telephone companies, taxi companies, a whole list of them, they can file an appeal wherever they'd like, as long as they do business there. That they are not required to appeal in Baltimore City.
No, that is not my understanding, Senator. My understanding is that they do have to come there. Now, if it's a CPCN, they're in a utility, they are allowed to do it because they're physically, as you would expect, they're physically in the county where they are located, so they have the choice of their county or to be able to do it in Baltimore. But that is the instance because they have the physical infrastructure, they have those things. It is not the case that the folks from Uber, they go to Baltimore.
They would go to Baltimore. Okay.
Yep.
And you're saying an electric company, a public utility company, would have to appeal to Baltimore City?
No, they don't. That was truly what the initial exemption was about. In PUA 3-204, it lays it out that this is for the utilities who have that domicile location because they have that infrastructure that's there, that they would be able to appeal in their service territory,
right.
Quite honestly. Right. So that's really what it's about. It's saying, hey, listen, your service territory is over here. You're here. You can do that. These entities don't have that same service territory, and that's the reason why it's really not appropriate.
Well, you just mentioned a CPCN. So if you had a CPCN in a certain county, now under this legislation, they have to go to Baltimore City?
No, under this, they stay within that structure that they can do it in the county where they're physically doing it, or to Baltimore. That's the way it's written.
So maybe we can narrow this down. Under this legislation now, who is obligated to only appeal in Baltimore City?
The folks who go to Baltimore City are everyone other than the utilities. Everybody else has to do that they regulate. So they regulate, as you said, Uber/taxi. They have telecommunications that they do. Those folks go to Baltimore. They go to Baltimore because that's where the PSC has done the order. And they are the defendant in this case. So that's kind of a little bit of a confusing thing for folks a little bit. But remember, now let's also just really remember what this is about. So this is about companies who have basically broken the rules. So if you look at the list of the things that occurred, these are folks who may have done, as many of us get, you get a lot of those mailings at home from these service folks and whatever, where they're trying to sell you on energy and everything else, and they're abusive. They're taking people's number for their utility, and they're slamming them, and they're setting them up energy that costs more than what they should have. And that's what this is about. Those folks are regulated by the PSC. It goes to, and they need to go to Baltimore if they want to appeal when they've done these things wrong, because that's what this is about.
Senator, I think this is much broader than just that. I mean, what you brought up was the retail suppliers that we've talked about, and I think we can all agree that there certainly have been some bad actors that are out there. But I am under the understanding, from what I was told, that public utility companies can, by current definition, appeal, and your statement that these are all people that have done wrong is not necessarily accurate. They can, anyone can appeal a PSC order. I mean, so we're not, an order doesn't mean you did something bad, but it just means a decision was made that you might not be in agreement with.
Yes.
Right. So
there are. That's correct. There is a broad spectram of orders. No question.
Okay. So it's not just something has. These aren't just all bad actors. These are orders which PSC, which are decisions. Decisions have been made, and now an entity wants to appeal that. And I believe that currently a public utility company can appeal that in either Baltimore City or in their service area. I don't believe that they're obligated to go to Baltimore City. I think what this bill is trying to do is make just the retail energy suppliers have to go to Baltimore City.
Senator, that's
not right?
not, no. I mean, I've articulated that that is not the case for a series of other folks who are subject to the PSC, and that the exemption really was for those public utility companies as it was originally laid out.
Okay, and the reason for going to Baltimore City, other than the PSC just is officed in Baltimore City, is what?
The reason is because that's where they're the defendant. Okay, so this is this is where they're located. I was actually talking to my seatmate about this. I asked her, how often do plaintiffs get the chance to decide where they want to have their case heard? That they may decide, like, well, I want to go out to Western Maryland when I had something that occurred on the Eastern Shore. It doesn't happen like that. This is where they are getting the opportunity to defend themselves. The PSC is in Baltimore, and that's where they are defending themselves for the ruling that they had. This is their jurisdiction.
But not necessarily. Their jurisdiction is just because they have an office there, right? It's no other reason. It's not like a public utility company has a service territory which they serve all these different counties. So for instance, if you were really to take this, you would say the public utilities serve 5 different counties. Why would they not be able to hear or appeal a case of an order of the PSC in one of those 5 counties that they serve? Why are they required to go into Baltimore City?
I'm sorry, Senator. I missed the question.
You had just mentioned that a defendant should not be able to determine.
No, I said that the PSC is the defendant.
The PSC is the defendant, and so these cases are coming back to Baltimore City just because that's where the defendant has their offices?
Yes.
And why is that the case?
That is how we're set up in the public utility article.
But that's not the same for, as I said, workers' comp. That's not the same for Maryland Energy Administration. These are not the same issues. So I don't believe that that's accurate. I don't believe that the public utilities have to go to Baltimore currently to appeal an order. Okay, I think the utilities can go to any of the counties in which they serve, right? But you're saying that they have to go to Baltimore. So if we say that, if what you're saying is accurate, then what is this law changing? Just the retail suppliers that you're saying before?
It clarifies where a public service company can appeal.
And so you're currently saying that it has to be in Baltimore City, but that's not clear?
That is correct.
And have there been cases where an appellant, somebody that wants to appeal this case, has tried to do it in a different jurisdiction and that was not allowed?
It is venue shopping. There has been venue shopping that has occurred.
Well, sure. I mean, we all understand what venue shopping is, but at the same time, in a sense, what the PSC is saying right now is, we're venue shopping. You want to appeal our decision, it has to be right here. It can't be in the area where the issue occurred. If there was a CPCN that occurred, that was provided in a certain county, you're saying that in order to appeal that decision of the PSC, the developer, let's say, of that project that received the CPCN would have to go to Baltimore? They could not?
No, they can do it in the county where they are, or they can go to Baltimore.
Okay, so what just changed?
Nothing changed, Senator. That's what I've said consistently.
So my question goes back again. Who has to go to Baltimore?
Those who do not have domiciled in other parts of the state. That's who has to go to Baltimore. If you don't have, you're not domiciled, then that's when you would go to Baltimore.
When you say domiciled, do you mean that the order was in that area, or do you mean domiciled having a business there?
Correct.
Which one? That was two. Do you mean that the appellant has a business in that county, for instance? Or do you mean that the appellant...
They have a physical presence there.
They have to have a physical presence?
Yes.
In that county? Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And the presence could be the CPCN?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask another question. Where, if an order was issued by the PSC and a county or municipality wanted to appeal that, where does that happen?
If they have a water company or something like that, they could do it in their county, or they can go to Baltimore.
If it is a CPCN, if a community solar project was coming into a county, the PSC made an order to allow that to occur, county questioned it, wanted to appeal that order, where does that take place?
The county can do it there, because in that instance, they would be the defendant. They could take the case where they want. It wouldn't be a PSC case. We're talking about PSC cases.
No, they're challenging the CPCN.
Right. The county has the right to do it in their own, because it's physically located in their location.
Okay.
That's
what I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
So a county would still be able to appeal the decision of,
yes.
of the PSC in their own county?
Yes.
And a municipality would be able to do in that county as well, too?
Yes.
Okay. That was a big concern, and I'm glad you and I at least got that squared away. I'm not sure if everybody else listening might feel the same way, but that was an important part. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you very much.
All right, question is on the favorable report. Are there any further discussion? Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I admit that that conversation was rather opaque. Can I make it easier to understand? So let's assume in Ocean City there is a bus company which transports people up and down Ocean Highway. Call it Shore Transit. It's regulated by the Public Service Commission. If that bus company wants to take an appeal, does it have to go to Baltimore City to do it, or can it do it in Worcester County?
They are physically located there. My understanding is they can do it there, or they go to Baltimore.
Either one?
Yeah, because they have a business that's located there.
Suppose we have an Uber company.
They are not physically located there, therefore they go to Baltimore. Because they are not, their business, as far as I understand it, is in California or something like that.
Well, suppose there's a local Uber company in Ocean City.
Then they could do so.
Then they could appeal in Ocean City. What about a taxi cab company in Ocean City?
Same thing applies.
They can appeal in Ocean City.
Same thing applies.
Okay, how about a water company?
Excuse me? Yes, same thing applies, as I mentioned earlier.
Same thing applies, okay. A gas company, same thing applies.
Yes, because they have a physical presence.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. On the favorable committee report, Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th District.
Thank you. With the floor leader, Rise.
Floor yield.
We
Senator,
spent time on this, and it was confusing the entire time, both on the different interpretations on both the PSC and with the energy suppliers. So I think we need to be candid about all the different interpretations of this. And trying to a couple of us have tried to get to the bottom line, and basing it on fairness. And if public service companies that deliver energy suppliers products to consumers, you have public service companies delivering energy suppliers products to consumers through gas lines and wires. Why wouldn't those suppliers have the same right to petition for judicial review in any county in which a public service company delivers the supplier's energy?
Because they are not actually supplying the energy. They're simply a third-party supplier of something else. They are not physically located there. They're a sales arm. It's just like a third-party sales company.
So if you have a list of all of the different modes that can go to a county of business, from a common carrier company, electric company, gas company, sewage disposal company, telegraph company, telephone company, water company, airline company, railroad company, taxi cab, you go down the list. And then you have entities that are required to only appeal in Baltimore City, and those would be the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity applicants, but not limited to solar, wind, and geothermal. You have the retail energy suppliers. So you have basically those who can and those who cannot, and trying to understand the difference between why some can and why some cannot is still confusing.
Senator, that information simply is not the way the law is written.
So we're saying an energy supplier who crosses over different lines, like for example, what they're trying to do with the transmission lines with the offshore wind, as long as, because they don't have a set location for their business, they're therefore, they would then be required to go to Baltimore. Is that correct?
If they have a physical location, they don't. This is for third-party folks who actually do not. They're just salespeople. That's what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
And that's it.
Do you know if there were any, was there any effort to work with the energy suppliers, between the PSC and the energy suppliers?
Yes.
There were?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the vote in committee?
The vote in committee, I believe, was 6-5.
Okay, thank you.
All right. On the report, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 914 is hereby ordered and passed for third reading. Let's go to the report number 47 out of judicial proceedings. 47. We're cutting into dinner time, but got to do what we got to do. Maybe no break. We might have to be a straight through. All right. Clerk, read the first bill.
House Bill 135, Delegate Moon, Criminal Law, Controlled Dangerous Substances and Firearms, favorable to amendments.
All right. Chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. As amended, this bill establishes reduced penalties for cannabis-related violations of the prohibitions on being a volume dealer of the criminal law article and the drug kingpin statute of the criminal law article. It also authorizes specified individuals incarcerated for those violations to file an application for a modification or a reduction of a mandatory sentence. It modifies the penalties, crime classifications for specific firearm offenses. It authorizes persons at least age 21 to manufacture a personal amount of cannabis products or concentrated cannabis as specified. The bill also specifies in statute, with the exception of a violation of volume cannabis, a violation of the volume dealer statute is a felony. The bill's provisions related to manufacturing cannabis products or concentrated cannabis are contingent upon Section 4 of Chapter 26 of 2022 taking effect. There are 2 committee amendments. One is technical. Amendment number 2 makes the crime of transporting a regulated firearm for unlawful sale or trafficking a felony. The move for the adoption of the favorable committee report and the 2 committee amendments.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, chair recognizes the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was a lot said and a lot in this bill, and I wonder if the floor leader could yield so we could be sure we understand.
All right. Will the floor leader yield? Pierce Host Center may proceed.
Thank you so much. So this bill started out differently, and it's been heavily amended. It's been at least somewhat amended. Let me see if I've got this right. We are adding a penalty for we're making trafficking guns a felony, correct?
Yes, that was an amendment added on in committee today, actually. So yes,
that was not part of the bill originally.
No, it wasn't. I mean, I can kind of briefly walk you through the components of the bill. But,
let me ask, and then maybe we can do that. So the main point of this bill, in the current climate we're in our state, that came over from the House of Delegates, was the House of Delegates felt that the majority felt that we should be eliminating sentences or minimum sentences for drug kingpins. That was what was in the bill as it came over, acknowledging that there's been some changes made?
There have changes, but as it came over, so just to be clear, it only, for the kingpin statute, it only applies to cannabis. Okay, so essentially what it does is it gets rid of the mandatory minimum, and instead of having the mandatory minimum, it on the back end blows out, it lifts the higher to 10 years
from 5
the possible sentence that you could get from the 5-year mandatory minimum. So it gets rid of the 5-year mandatory minimum, but blows it out to 10 years of a possible sentence that you could get.
Because it's not still, despite legalizing recreational marijuana, it's still not going to be legal to deal it, correct?
That's correct, but this is just deals with the amount that you have, and look, this is something that it was a kind of a relic of the past. It's a mandatory minimum. It makes sense to knock that off and add more latitude on the back end to what the court can sentence.
Yeah, we definitely don't want people being in jail for a certain amount of time. We want flexibility, I suppose. So 10 years, expanding it to more years is good. But correct me if I'm wrong. That's the max. That's up to 10, but you could serve much less than 5 now.
That's correct. But I mean, again, it's only for cannabis, and given kind of the climate that we're in, we're about to legalize recreational cannabis. This seems to be a pretty wise policy, and this bill, it comes in, it not only does away with some of these mandatory minimums, but then it balances out as you said. Look, we turn gun trafficking into a felony, and we do some other things to address gun violence and gun crime as well.
What on page 3 of the bill, starting on page 3, line 30, down to line 5 of page 4, there's talk about, notwithstanding any other provision of law and subject to subsection C, a person who's serving a term of confinement that includes a mandatory minimum sentence imposed before September 30th, 2017, for a violation of the sub involving less than 448 grams of cocaine base may apply to the court to modify or reduce the mandatory minimum sentence. 448 grams. What's the was that added by the committee here?
Crack cocaine. So that was the date is because that's when we did JRA, and when we did JRA, there's still a disparity between crack cocaine and crack and cocaine. Same amounts, so this just level sets it so that crack is not treated differently than cocaine.
So this actually makes it better on cocaine in the sense that you had to deal less. You had to deal. I'm trying to think. I know what you're getting at, but I think it's important to explain.
Yes, Senator. It does not change the amount. It just level sets. So cocaine is now treated the same as crack because obviously the historical disparities of how crack was treated versus cocaine.
It should have been treated the same, and they were not,
Correct.
which was wrong. Yeah,
Correct.
that's correct. And okay, so but the thrust of this bill is getting rid of. So it's only dealing with marijuana. So that cocaine portion is just adjusting the.
It's just pairing the two together,
Okay.
and for the kingpin statute, it only deals with cannabis.
How many? Okay. And then on the trafficking issue of trafficking guns, I mean, obviously that's an issue we want to go after. But is it fair to say that's not generally something that state law enforcement will be dealing with anyway?
I would say that's accurate, because most of these cases are held by Eric Barron, our U.S. attorney, and the federal government. And there was an example given a few days ago on the floor about a recent incident of gun trafficking in Frederick that was brought forth by our U.S. attorney.
Because generally that's across state lines, and there's a lot of
resource intense. Yes, exactly right.
Okay. So really, the bill boils down to we're just getting rid of minimum sentences for high volume marijuana drug dealers. I mean, that's fair to say that's the main thrust of this bill.
That's right, but we're also expanding out the maximum length of time they can get for that offense as well.
What makes one what qualifies one for being a drug kingpin?
So for cannabis, it's 50 pounds or more.
That's a lot of cannabis, Mr. Chair. That's a lot of cannabis. You could probably smell that from a long way away. Okay, all right. Mr. President, I have some obvious concerns here. Again, it's interesting. I mean, I'm glad we're adding something in on gun trafficking. I think that's a good thing, even though I'm not sure it's going to be used that much. But we'll take what we can get in this current climate. But I'm concerned that, again, and this came over from the House of Delegates, but again, it's like we're just rushing to make sure that we don't overpunish people. It's for really pretty serious crimes. I don't know if you would like to respond to that, Mr. Chairman.
No. I mean, I just want to say on balance, I mean, this bill seeks to balance out for a statute that's rarely ever used anyway, and gets rid of a mandatory minimum that's kind of just antiquated and never really used. But then also, we deal with the trafficking issue, and we deal with the stolen guns that are given to someone that you know or should have known are prohibited. That's also in this bill as well.
All right, questions on the two amendments? Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the amended report. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes the chair of the committee has a committee amendment. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a bill earlier this year that dealt with the MVA basically making sure that they make as part of their curriculum the dangers of drug driving or driving under the influence, especially as it relates to cannabis. So this amendment requires the MVA to have that element of education and instruction in their course.
All right. This is a committee amendment. Any discussion on the amendment? Any objections to the amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes the senator from the 41st. Senator has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment at my
Pages
desk.
will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
So this amendment would simply...
Give us just one moment, Senator. Let's just get it loaded up, please. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thanks, Mr. President. This amendment would simply require the Office of Social Equity under the new cannabis law to establish and operate a program that provides education, training, and opportunities to enable individuals to participate in the industry, including information regarding obtaining a social equity license to work in the legally regulated cannabis industry. And it would also specifically gear that information or marketing advertising to persons that have been convicted under the illicit cannabis industry in the past, and at sentencing, the court shall provide the information and materials to the person in court. I'd move the amendment.
Senator moves the amendment. Let's hear from the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee considers this a friendly amendment.
All right.
Happy to adopt.
Any objections to the amendment? Any objections to the amendment? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. Do we have any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 135 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 174, Delegate Simpson, Criminal Procedure Victims of Sexually Assaulted Behavior, favorable.
Chair recognizes Senator from Montgomery County as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is actually an identical cross-file to Senate Bill 391, which passed this chamber unanimously. As a reminder to the chamber, the bill requires an assistant state's attorney to meet with a victim of sexual assault at the request of the victim after a decision by the office of the state's attorney not to file a charging document or to dismiss charges. There are no committee amendments. Move for the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Not all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 174 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1176, Delegate Atterbury, Public Safety Volunteer 911 Registry.
Chair recognizes the Vice Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill establishes the 911 Registry Program to authorize individual adults, parents, or guardians of minor children or guardians of individuals to register with a local 911 call center, which can then alert first responders encountering a registered individual that the individual, one, may exhibit certain behaviors, including specified behaviors associated with developmental or mental health disorders, or two, specified diagnoses or traits, including specified impairments. Bill also requires the Maryland 911 Board to report to committees of the General Assembly by December 1st, 2028 regarding the use of the registry. There are no committee amendments. Mr. President, I move the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Oh, yes. Chair recognizes the Vice Chair of Education, Energy, and
Thank you.
Environment Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Vice Chair, I expected this bill to be coming to our committee because we have PSC and we had 911 stuff. So I'm surprised, and I would love some time to take a look at this. So I wonder if we could lay it over just a little. I'm not trying to kill it, but I certainly need to look at the way you guys are reporting it out.
We can special order it. It's unamended, so it's not a layer.
So I see.
Special
Wow.
ordered.
Yeah, it's
to appropriate time at the first. Let's hear from the chair of the committee.
Mr. President, what time are you ending this floor session? I guess
At the moment, it looks like we're going straight through. So I don't.
Okay.
So
that is fantastic. Okay. Is 15 minutes enough time?
probably not. Let's say an hour. I need to make some calls and stuff. There are a lot of people who have concerns about this bill. It's fine that if it goes in Howard County, I expected maybe a local pilot or something, but taking this statewide with, there are a lot of implications.
How about we do this? How about if we let it go through on second?
It's amendable on third.
It's amendable on third reader. And then if we still have, and then it won't come up for at least another hour, at least. And then we see where we are at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Does that work? All right. So questions on the favorable report. Any further discussion? All in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report is adopted. Are there other amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1176 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Chair recognizes actually, if we could do one more, maybe.
Sure.
From the majority leader. Were we gonna?
Yeah.
Let's hold on there. Let's do one more. Let's do one more and see where we are in this last one, and then we will be right back to the majority leader in just a moment. Let's do special order calendar number 58. I didn't see what was in front of me. Let's see if we. Question is, all right. So, clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 20, Delegate Lehman, Vehicle Laws, Horse Riding, Helmet Requirement for Minors. Question is on the adoption of the one amendment offered from the floor by Senator Jennings.
All right, let's hear from the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I spoke to the sponsor of the bill today. We had some disagreement, but I understand her concerns as well as mine. Even though it was a brilliant amendment, I'm going to ask that we withdraw it at this time.
All right. The sponsor seeks to withdraw the amendment without objection, so ordered. We've adopted the report, so I believe we're still on second. Is that right? Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 20 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. All right. Let's do a quick quorum call, if we could, please.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their presence? Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 45 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session. Chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate of Maryland stand adjourned until the next legislative day.
At
7:02.
7:02. All right, 7:02. Without objection, so ordered. The room will remain secured. Sergeant at Arms will please secure the chamber doors. Members, please take your seats. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. President,
All right. Has everyone recorded their presence? We will substitute the prior session's invocation for today's. I hope everyone got a lot of great sleep last night, had a great day, is feeling rested for the new day ahead. The clerk will take the call. With 34 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland is now in session. Let's quickly read these messages, or let's go ahead and waive the reading of the journal from the prior legislative day first, which was a very long time ago. And we will go to House Bill 12. Clerk will read the bill in the first message.
message to the Senate, House Bill 12, Delegate Lewis. Equitable and Inclusive Transit-Oriented Development Enhancement Act. By the majority leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully requests the Senate recede from its position. Should the House prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Stewart, Chair, Delegate Lehman, Delegate Silverati. Said bill is returned herewith by order Sylvia Siegert, Chief Clerk.
All right, message having been read is ordered journalized. Clerk will read the next message.
Message to the House of Delegates by the Majority Leader. Ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, House Bill 12, Delegate Lewis, Equitable and Inclusive Transit-Oriented Development. The Senate does not recede in the House amendments and agrees to conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses. The House has appointed Delegate Stewart, Chairman, Delegate Lehman, Delegate Silberberti. The Senate appoints Senator Rosa Pep, Chair, Senator Gazzone, Senator Jennings. That said bill is returned herewith by order Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
All right, message having been read is adopted. Let's go to Senate third reading calendar number 55, number 5555. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 371, Delegate Attar, Recordation Tax, Authorization for Counties to Exempt Indemnity Mortgages.
House Bill 371 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 44 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 371, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. We've got the same bill over. Let's do a will not concur since we just passed it. What is that? If we could pull up Senate Bill 476, Madam Clerk, if we could read the bill.
Senate Bill 476, Senator Zucker, Recordation Tax, Indemnity Mortgage Threshold Amount.
Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill increased the dollar value of threshold for exemption from recordation tax for certain transactions. The House amendment exemption optional instead of mandatory. We do not concur.
All right, Chair urges that we not concur with the Senate amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the Senate does not concur with the House amendments. Clerk will read the message.
Message to the House of Delegates by the Majority Leader. Ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, Senate Bill 476, Senator Zucker, Recordation Tax, Indemnity Mortgage Exemption Threshold Amount. The Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments and respectfully requests the House recede from its position. Said bill is returned herewith by order Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
All right. Message having been read is adopted. Oh, it's right there. Excellent. All right, let's take up number 56, third reading calendar number 56. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 872, Montgomery County PG Delegation, WSSC Service near regional transit districts and neighborhood centers in Prince George's County, contracts MC/PG 111-23. This is an emergency bill.
House Bill 872 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. We have 45 votes in the affirmative. House Bill 872, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. We've got a concurrence. This is out of Education, Energy, and the Environment, calendar number 21. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 551, the President, Department of Service and Civic Innovation and Maryland Corps Program, Service Year Option Pathways established serving every region through Vocational Exploration Act of 2023.
Chair recognizes the Chair of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill from the Governor. Senate Bill 551 establishes the Department of Service and Civic Innovation. It also transfers administration of the Maryland Corps program to the new department and reorganizes the Maryland Corps program to provide two service year pathway options. The House amendments make various minor clarifying changes relating to that program's funds. Mr. President, the EEE Committee moves to concur with the House amendments.
All right, the Chair moves to concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the Senate adopts the House amendments. Right? Yeah. Senate concurs with House amendments. Senate Bill 551 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 39 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 551 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. There's a tax on a vote change moving forward. Taxes on vote changes. All right. Let's take up, it's the only one on that calendar. Is that correct? All right. Let's go to concurrence calendar number 24. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 848, Senator Gazzone, statewide rental assistance voucher program establishment.
Senate Bill 848 is on third reading for final. Oh, excuse me, it's not. It is not. That's not true. Excuse me. Let's recognize the chair on the House amendments.
I don't have any paperwork here, but I do know that we took a vote to concur with the House amendments when we were in committee, but I don't have the formal paperwork here. Yeah?
Well,
Yeah.
if the amendments were description, do we want to have a?
Yeah, I yield to the
Bill
sponsor of the sponsor of the bill.
Yeah,
Yield to the sponsor on the House
my
amendment.
understanding, the major amendment is a reduction from 15 million to 10 million.
Reducing the amount. All right. It was jointly signed, right? Yeah, exactly. Perfect. All right. So the question is on the House amendments. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 848 is again before us on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 848, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 1, Senator Waldstreicher, Criminal Law, Wearing, Carrying, or Transporting Firearms Restrictions, Gun Safety Act of 2023.
Recognizing the Vice Chair of the Committee on the House amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendments alter provisions of the bill relating to the bill's prohibitions on wearing, carrying, or transporting a firearm in certain areas, as well as the prohibitions relating to wearing, carrying, or transporting a firearm on specified real property. Finally, the House amendments alter limitations that the Secretary of State Police may place on a permit to wear, carry, and transport a handgun and require that a permit restrict the wearing, carrying, and transporting of a handgun such that the handgun is concealed from view. Mr. President, the committee moves to concur with the House amendments.
All right, on the House amendments, Chair recognizes the minority whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if the floor leader could yield for some questions.
Sarah may proceed.
Happy to.
So, thank you. So this bill now, how is it now more constitutional than it was when we voted it out of here, when it was, in my view, still unconstitutional?
Sure. There were two provisions in the bill, in the current law, that we believe were unconstitutional. The Senate bill struck one of those provisions, which was the provision at issue in Bruin. In other words, Maryland had, like New York, a good and substantial reason requirement in order to obtain a permit. The Senate bill struck out that provision in order to come into compliance with Bruin. There is a second provision in current law that allows the state superintendent to restrict a permit to certain time, place, and manner restrictions. As the bill exited the Senate, that provision was left in law, but the House saw that provision and realized that that provision is likely also unconstitutional under Bruin and removed that provision in a floor amendment. As the bill returns to us, that provision is removed, and JPR moved to concur with that so as to remove that provision in law.
So what specifically that provision, can you explain what that was and how it's now removed?
Sure. There was a section in current law, and so under current law, It allows the wearing, carrying, or transporting of a handgun in compliance with any limitations imposed under 5-307 of the public safety article by a person to whom a permit to wear, carry, or transport the handgun has been issued under Title V, subsection 3 of the public safety article. What that cross-reference is to is essentially allowing the state superintendent to limit, based on time, place, and manner, where someone can carry their guns. And so, to be honest, this is a hypothetical, obviously, but that cross-reference with the state superintendent could say, you know what, on Fridays, no one is allowed to wear and carry. So we strike that section to remove discretion from the state superintendent and come into compliance with Bruin. If Bruin was about anything, it was about removing discretion and applying bright lines.
There's been a lot of discussion. We've had extensive debate, of course, in here, and I know over in the other chamber there was a lot of discussion about drawing lines as to what places would not be allowed to carry. So the state is drawing the line in some private locations as opposed to allowing those private locations to decide for themselves. So, for example, we've talked about restaurants where alcohol can be served is one example. Is that has stayed the same from the House? The House didn't make any change to that.
That's correct. So the state is saying that certain places are so highly sensitive as to be places where firearms should be disallowed, and that's what this bill does.
So anybody going into that establishment knows that there won't be anybody there who has a firearm, who legally has a firearm. Only people who maybe are breaking the law, correct?
That's not correct. There are a number of exceptions under the bill that allow certain people to continue to carry firearms even in sensitive places. For example, law enforcement agents.
Okay, but if I'm going into a place that is not commonly frequented necessarily by a law enforcement agent, I basically know I'm going in there, and nobody will be in there that has a concealed carry permit, unless they're a law enforcement agent. I mean, unless they're an agent of law enforcement, retired law enforcement, that would be the only kind of people that would have that permit.
Well, there are a number of exceptions in the bill, but you get the gist. Law enforcement, retired law enforcement, armored car drivers, security officers, and the like.
So if I'm a woman who has a protective order against a domestic abuser former partner, and I'm going into a place where maybe a beauty salon or something like that, I have no ability, if it's a place that serves, let's say it serves alcohol. We have beauty salons that serve alcohol. We have restaurants that serve alcohol. And I'm going into a place that you would not be frequented typically by necessarily a police officer or an off-duty police officer. I don't have any real assurance that I'll be able to be safe if someone comes after me, correct?
So I don't know how many beauty salons serve alcohol, but under the bill, if a place
we
serves
actually have
alcohol,
a license for
it becomes a sensitive place. Yes, I remember the bill.
Okay. Well, so if we, there's no exception in this. So there's no exception in this bill, though, for if someone, whether it's a woman or a man, has a protective order against a domestic abuser or against someone who's threatened them. There's no provision for them carrying in sensitive areas, though, correct?
So under current law, someone with a protective order out against them is disallowed from having weapons.
Correct. Yes. Well, I'm sure that is yes, and that's good. But that we know quite often we have a whole lot of people in places in our state that have committed crimes with firearms that weren't allowed to have weapons. So that doesn't necessarily give, I think, people who would be concerned about a domestic abuser or someone they have a protective order against a lot of comfort. Generally, they've gotten the protective order against the person because that person has already been breaking the law or doing illegal or menacing behavior. There was also an amendment added in the House I was reading, and you can feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. We now have made it very clear that it will be nobody can have any kind of carry that can be visible, correct? There's no open carry anymore. I know that was maybe in the bill already as it left the Senate, but there was an amendment added in the House about that.
Sure. So I can give you the procedural history of that. So that amendment, or excuse me, that provision of the bill was in the Senate bill as it passed the Senate. It was removed erroneously by the Judiciary Committee. It was not a purposeful policy choice, is my understanding. It was, it's a large bill. Things go back and forth. That was added back in on the floor of the House. So I think it might be worded slightly differently, but the concept is the same in Maryland. The firearms where you are licensed to have them must be concealed. And that's as it passed the Senate bill, as it passed the Senate as well.
Okay. Stepping back now to the 10,000 feet, because we're now going to be doing a final vote here once we, concur or not, or we're going to concur or not. With SB 1, part of the motivation was we had to comply with Bruin, correct? But that could have been a very simple bill. Could have just gotten rid of our unconstitutional law and left it as it is. What kind of criminal statistics showed us that we needed to take action to more dramatically limit law-abiding license holders?
So we had testimony in our committee from the original bill from the Johns Hopkins University, which had data that indicated more guns in the flow of commerce means more guns being used in an illegal fashion. In other words, more guns in total are seeping down through the stream of commerce, including to criminals who then commit crimes with those weapons.
How does that work, though, when Maryland, we've had such stringent gun laws for over a decade now? We've actually had an assault weapons ban, so-called assault weapons ban, and we've also had one of the most restrictive, obviously because it was struck down by the Supreme Court, one of the most restrictive concealed carry permit laws. So how does that work in Maryland? We've had a huge trafficking problem that stems beyond that. So the idea of more guns in the flow of commerce really doesn't really fly here in this state.
Well, I think that's a fair comment. This is happening through straw purchases. It's also happening through stolen guns, which we just had a bill on just a few minutes ago to make harsher penalties for those who would steal guns. And so we are dealing with that simultaneous to reacting to Bruin.
Let me ask this question also then. So I assume then that what we've done with this bill is we've added in some study language to look at the crimes committed by permit holders in Maryland, or is that not in this bill?
It's not in this bill. I think you can get that data or similar data from the Sentencing Commission.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your answers, Mr. President. On this bill, just speaking on the motion to concur. This is our last opportunity to turn back from what still is going to be a court battle over constitutionality. What permits do for law-abiding citizens is it equalizes the playing field. So the most petite and diminutive woman can be at parity with an attacker, so that anybody, no matter how strong they are physically or weak, has the opportunity to be safe and defend themselves if they believe that they're going to be in a situation of danger, or very often are. Maryland has a very strong and robust system of background checks, training requirements that we have followed in this state. So this is not a wild, wild west to get rid of our good and substantial reason and allow more people who have availed themselves, as we've heard, more people are availing themselves of their constitutional right for self-defense. There hasn't been an outbreak in crime from those members as of yet, and there's no provision, of course, in this bill to study that, because it would find that concealed carry permit holders are statistically among the most law-abiding citizens you can ever find nationwide. This bill is an overreach. It's a dramatic overreach. It is unconstitutional in its form, and again targets the wrong people. Now I'm glad sounds like tonight, even though we had to do it sort of undercover, it sounds like we've added some things to some other bills to try to get at gun trafficking a little bit. But again, the main priority of this General Assembly this year was controlling the ability of law-abiding citizens who could be in danger from being able to access their own ability to defend themselves, their constitutional rights. And so, Mr. President, I believe we should reject this and vote it down, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
All right, Chair recognizes, thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the Senator from the 42nd District on the House amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is Senate Bill 1, And I suspect many of the people on the floor have not had a chance to read the updated bill, and certainly those watching on television have not. So, if possible, I'd like to engage the floor leader in a colloquy to try to point out how this bill has changed, both for the better and for the worse.
Happy to.
Great. So I'm on page 4 of the reprint here, and it used to be that in the original bill that guns were banned in youth camps, but the words youth camp have been struck, correct?
That's correct.
So guns under this new bill will be allowed in youth camps. In the original bill also, a location that's being used as a shelter for runaway youth was a place where guns were banned, but that's been struck. So as I read this bill, guns can be taken to those locations. Is that right?
You are correct that it has been struck.
Okay. Now on page 5, under current Maryland law, guns can be taken to polling places. But under this bill, as permitted by the Supreme Court in the Bruin case, this prohibits guns from being taken into polling places. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. That's not a change from the Senate version of the bill.
Right. And if this bill should be struck down as unconstitutional, that provision would fall, and therefore there would be nothing on the books in Maryland which prevents guns from being taken into polling places. Accurate?
Not accurate, Senator. On page 20 of the reprint, there is a severability clause indicating that if a portion of the bill is struck down, the whole of the bill is not.
Yes, and we know how the courts interpret severability clauses. If they can easily sever the unconstitutional provision, they just strike it out and leave the rest of the bill. In this case, as we're going to find as we go along, there are lots of unconstitutional provisions throughout the bill. In my experience, courts do not scrutinize the bill line by line in order to basically rewrite the bill, taking out unconstitutional provisions. They'll simply strike the whole bill. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I would not agree. I believe the provision related to polling places is clearly delineated in here. It's lines 5 through 8. It is its own paragraph, its own subsection, could easily be removed and severed from the rest if for some reason it is found to be unconstitutional.
Okay, well, we can both hope that you're correct in that assumption. So further down on page 5, there was a section that prohibited guns in organized sporting or athletic activity locations, and that's been taken out.
That's correct.
So guns can now, if this bill's passed, be taken to those locations without it being against the law.
That's correct, unless it's in an otherwise sensitive place like a stadium at line 19.
Right, I was just getting to that. So lines 17 and 18 provide rather critically that guns still cannot be taken to a location licensed to sell or dispense alcohol, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now was there any conversation in the committee about how that provision complies with the Bruin decision?
This was a concur, not concur, so as the committee just met, there was no specific discussion about this provision.
Okay, well this has been in the bill since its inception. So do you recall there being any conversation in the Judicial Proceedings Committee about whether or not this particular location where guns under the bill are prohibited complies with the Bruin or doesn't comply with the Bruin decision?
There was earlier discussion before the Senate version of the bill passed, yes. Okay. Before the Senate bill passed the Senate originally, yes.
And was it the conclusion of the Judicial Proceedings Committee that this provision would pass muster under Bruin?
Well, it was not, the committee does not make a conclusion as to the constitutionality or lack of constitutionality of any particular provision in the bill. We seek advice from our Office of Attorney General, who has provided that advice.
Well, of course, there were locations licensed to sell alcohol back in 1791. Isn't that accurate?
Well, there were certainly places that sold alcohol. The licensing regime from the 1700s, I do not know.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, were guns prohibited by law in any of the locations which sold and dispensed alcohol back in 1791?
So this was addressed in Bruin itself. As you probably know, Justice Thomas in Bruin indicated the test was not a like-for-like test. The example that he used on page 20 of the opinion was that you could say a green hat and a green truck are very similar. They're both green, but that like-for-like analogy is not the appropriate reasoning. It's the how and the why that is the appropriate reasoning when approaching analogies under the Bruin case. the justice was very explicit about that.
Okay. I don't want to get into the weeds, going into analogies. We'll let it rest. The next section, next line of the bill says that guns are prohibited in stadiums. It is correct, is it not, that there were places in 1791 where there were stadiums, or something reasonably like stadiums, grandstands, where people would observe whatever was going on in front of them. Much like in a stadium today, you observe what's going on the field in front of you.
I don't know that for the fact, but I imagine so.
Are you aware of any laws back in 1791 which prohibited the transportation of guns into stadiums as they existed in that age?
Again, Senator, I appreciate the line of inquiry, but this is a type of like-for-like analogy that the Bruin analysis explicitly rejects. The Bruin analysis is a how and why analysis, not a like-for-like analysis.
Okay. Let me go on. There are 3 provisions at the bottom of page 5 which have been struck, which I was concerned about the first time around. One is carrying guns into live theatrical performances, another taking guns into musical concerts, and a third taking guns to fairs or carnivals. All those provisions have now been struck, meaning that under this bill, guns can be taken to those locations. Is that accurate?
Unless the location is otherwise sensitive, that's correct.
Okay. And then the last line on page 5 is racetracks. Of course, there were racetracks back in the 1790s. There are stories about them. They were not like Pimlico, but again, they had bleachers, and people sat in the bleachers and watched the horses run in a big oval in front of them on flat fields. So are you aware of whether, well, I think we're going to get into the analogy issue again, whether or not the guns were prohibited in any racetracks back in 1791?
So there's no question that there are analogies directly on point to racetracks at the point of analogy. But again, we don't think a like-for-like analogy is appropriate. It's a how and why analysis under Bruin.
Okay, the next one, and it's a significant one, we used to have various yardage from a public gathering. The bill that I have in my hands has 100 yards. I've seen 1,000 feet in other iterations of the bill. That language has all been struck.
That's
so
correct.
It is fair to say that there is no such prohibition of guns within a certain radius of a public gathering left in the bill.
It is not fair to say that as a matter of current law, but it is struck from the bill in part because it is otherwise covered by current law.
Okay. Next, I noticed that back on page 6 in lines 16 to 18, it provides that this section does not apply to, it used to say, a law enforcement officer of another state or subdivision of another state temporarily in this state on official business. That language has been struck, suggesting that law enforcement officers from other states in Maryland on official business are not permitted to carry guns. Why was that language struck?
That language was struck because it's included in other language now found on page 5 between lines 10 and 11, referencing the definition of law enforcement official under 4201 of the public safety article. So it's not struck as policy, it's included in an earlier section of the legislation. In other words, it's just moved.
Great, that's helpful, thank you. Now moving over to page 7, down near the bottom, it said the original language of the bill said you can't have guns in a firearm that's carried or transported in a motor vehicle if the firearm is unloaded. Excuse me, you can have guns in a motor vehicle if the firearm is unloaded and locked in a container, et cetera, et cetera. That language has also been struck. So it's fair to say that under the new version of the bill, you would be permitted to carry guns in your motor vehicle without having them locked in a container.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm nearing the end here. I hear yeses. But there's a significant thing I want to talk about on page 10. As the bill used to read, it says a person wearing, carrying, or transporting a firearm may not enter or trespass on property that is posted conspicuously against wearing, carrying, or transporting a firearm on the property. And that's now been changed as follows. It now says, a person wearing, carrying, or transporting a firearm may not enter or trespass on property unless the owner or owner's agent has posted a clear and conspicuous sign indicating that it is permissible to wear, carry, or transport a firearm on the property. Am I correct that in my description of how the language of the bill has been changed?
You are correct, but it includes other provisions that allow express permission to the person or to the public generally. So it can be accomplished either through signage or through express permission.
Yes, but okay. So, but under the bill as now rewritten, someone would be violating the law if they were to carry their gun on the property of someone who has not expressly posted a clear and conspicuous sign indicating that it's permissible to carry the gun on that property.
So not necessarily, Senator. So there are two factors that you excluded from your description there.
Okay.
First, and I know this is counterintuitive, but under the bill, property is only the structure, in other words, the building or the dwelling, not the entire private property. And so it doesn't include what legal people call the curtilage around the building itself. So if you came onto my property and I had
knocked on your door.
Well, so that's right. If you knocked on my door and came in willfully, if I did not expressly provide you permission to come in with my gun,
that's a problem.
You would be in a violation. But just walking up to my house
to knock on your door,
to knock on my door is not a violation of this. So the example was given, let's say an Amazon driver feels the need to conceal carry for protection, and the Amazon driver comes up to your door, rings the doorbell, and leaves the package. That person would not be in violation. So even though it says property is specifically defined to include the building, the dwelling, the structure, not the curtilage around that building or structure.
Okay. Thank you for your answers to my questions. Colleagues, this has all been important. This is legislative history. This bill is certainly going to be challenged in court. And so the legislative history on the floor, questions and answers, will be important to the court in its ultimate determination of whether this bill is constitutional. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to ask these questions.
All right, thank you, Senator. Let's hear from the Senator from District 4, followed by the Senator from District 37. Senators, just please, it might be the right time to start sending notes to staff to say, to send, or just to bring food into the lounge. So keep that in mind. Senator from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the floor leader yield, please?
Of course.
Thank you. So I heard what you were saying about in regards to the property is determined by definition as the structure or the dwelling itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what is the definition of when we're talking about, well, I'll come back to that. A dwelling is also used in this same part of the article that's written under SB 1. It's written on page 10 of 20, where it talks about you basically have to ask for their affirmative response, or it has to be posted for you to be able to carry at those facilities. So we have a duplicative meaning in this language of this law. We have property, which most people would look at as the actual physical boundaries in which the dwelling sits on, but we've changed that definition now to reflect a building. But we use the language of dwelling to also describe a building. Don't you think this is a little bit confusing? The way it's written, shouldn't it just be the dwelling or the structure?
I do not. A dwelling is a building, but not all buildings are dwellings.
A dwelling is a building, but not all buildings are dwellings. But aren't they all structures?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. All right. On page 5 of 20, we talk about a location. What would be, there is no definition that I see that describes actually what a location is. Is it the property? Is it the dwelling? Is it the structure? Is it the building? We don't have a definition for it. The problem with that is that we're dealing with locations licensed to sell or dispense alcohol or cannabis. Problem being is, by the way this is crafted, if I'm driving back home and I stop by Wawa or Sheetz or any gas station that also sells alcohol inside, I'm on that property. I'm at a location that sells alcohol, and thereby I would be in violation of this. Correct?
That's not correct. So under the safe harbor provision that Senator West referenced, the gun can be in your vehicle, locked and separate from the ammunition, or it could be on your hip in your vehicle. Once you leave the vehicle, then you would have to.
That's what I asked. If I stop to get gas and I get out of my car, I'm in violation.
Okay, sure, yeah. If you get out of your car, then you are
in violation and subject to arrest.
Well, let me check with counsel, because I believe there's a portion of which that would.
A location is not defined.
Yep. So, the part about alcohol only applies to on-site consumption of the alcohol. So the gas station would not apply because you're purchasing alcohol for off-site consumption.
So I think so if I go in, you're saying that someone cannot pull up you're saying that someone can pull up to any gas station across this state that sells alcohol. Their passenger walks inside, grabs it. Are they not allowed to open it once it's paid for to drink it outside? Or is that not allowed?
So I do not sit on the Finance Committee or EEE, but I do know that it's the license to sell or dispense alcohol on site, not whether someone will or can. The location is licensed for on-site consumption.
Okay. Which, by the way, they can't, if the person carrying can't drink or they are in violation of the law and they're in violation of their permit, correct?
Correct.
So still confused why we need this extra language in there on something that's already a prohibited act. On page 8 of 20, we talk about, again, I'm going back to the area for prohibited, vulnerable, area for children or vulnerable adults. So this is also, I believe Senator West kind of touched on it, or the senator from Baltimore County, I apologize, Mr. President, touched on the area. This would cover, as I read it, school property. But if they had an after-hours school event outside, like a soccer game or something like that, and you have a mother who has a protective order and she chooses to carry on her person in her purse, she would be in violation of this, as written, correct?
So I don't see where on page 8 you're referring to, Senator. I apologize.
On the reprint, it's right at the top, line 1.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So I see where you're referring to. I'm sorry. If you could ask the question again, Senator, now that I understand.
So should a mother have a protective order for an abusive husband, she chooses to carry a sidearm, a firearm in her purse or on her person, and her child has after-hour outside activities, baseball, soccer, whatever. She wants to be there. She's in fear of her own safety because of threats. By this language, by this bill as written, she would not be able to carry to protect herself in that setting. Is that correct?
Not in the school or outside at the activity, but as you know, as we've indicated, there's a safe harbor that would allow her to go through the pickup line. But once you exit the vehicle, then if you're at a sensitive place and you willfully violate, then you're in violation.
So there is something as the safe harbor that allows her to drive on school property, to have it on her person, on school property, in the car?
In the vehicle, that's correct, as the House amended it. Yep.
Oh, okay. I'll have to definitely pay more attention to that one. On the next section where it talks about what this does not apply to, it talks about a law enforcement official or police officer. That's all it says. Doesn't say of the United States, doesn't say anything. Just says a law enforcement official or a police officer.
Sure. That's because the phrase is defined earlier at page 5 between lines 10 and 11.
Yeah, it says a police officer of 4-201 of this section and 3-201 of the public safety article.
That's
so
correct.
Those sections say what?
So 4-201 of the criminal law article reads, a law enforcement official is a full-time member of a police or other unit of the United States, a state, a county, a municipal corporation, or other political subdivision of a state who is responsible for the prevention and detection of crime and the enforcement of laws of the United States, a state, a county, a municipal corporation, or other political subdivision of a state. In other words, a law enforcement official includes an out-of-state law enforcement official in our state, by definition.
Okay. I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, Chair Kennedy, Senator from the 37th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be quick with my questions. With permission to ask a couple of questions to the floor.
Senator may proceed.
So the bill started in the House, was amended in the House, approved by the House, sent to the Senate, or sent to the bill was put in the Senate. We amended in the Senate. We approved in the House, changed it all the way around, went to the House. The House has changed it. Now it's back to us.
Correct. That's correct.
And along the way, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Bruin decision, one of the foundations of that decision was the historical analog for the validity of a firearm restriction. Am I missing something about that portion of the Bruin decision?
That is one portion of a very long decision, correct.
Okay. Does in your perspective, is there a historical analog anywhere to what's in this bill?
Sure. So again, as a member of the committee, as a senator like you, I am not a constitutional attorney, and I cannot opine definitively as to the constitutionality of the bill. We rely on the Office of the Attorney General for that.
I think we can, I would suggest that there is no historical analog for this. Can we agree?
We cannot.
Okay, we cannot. That's fine. But just kind of moving along, the way it's changed, I was trying to go through this and understand, the different areas. But specifically, I know a couple of individuals have contacted me who are bodyguards. They are hired protection. So their job is to protect people who are being threatened for whatever reason. Not the typical, we talk about protective orders and things like that. These are trained, most of them are retired military, retired, special forces, stuff like that. So when they're hired to do a job to protect someone, which requires them to be armed, how does this bill treat them in the conduct of their business?
So if they are licensed security guards, then they are accepted from the bill. The application of the bill would not apply to them.
How do you mean licensed?
So under Maryland law, security guards are a specific licensed profession that requires specific training, and if they receive that license, then they are excluded from the bill. In other words, they can go on sensitive places.
They can go anywhere they could before, along with the changes.
In general, that's correct.
Okay. Are retired law enforcement of Maryland and other states included in those exemptions?
Yes, they are.
Okay. How are firefighters treated by this legislation? If a firefighter is responding and there's a dangerous situation, they have a permit and they respond, are they covered?
So we're getting word that some firefighters are licensed as law enforcement officials. They would be excluded under the provisions of the bill if they were so licensed.
What do you mean so licensed?
If there is a firefighter that has a law enforcement license or is required by their job to carry a weapon, they would be allowed to do so under the provisions of the bill.
And along those lines, I offered an amendment when the bill came up. We went through the iterations. Everybody's heard them. The argument about kind of just the purpose of this bill. The one argument is that we want more people lawfully armed. Another argument is we don't want anybody being armed. The ability of someone to respond when there is a crisis in any of these areas. So there's a person that's concealed carry authorized, their loved one is in danger. How did they respond to that?
So we had this conversation when the bill was up before us coming out of committee, and as you and I discussed then, it continues to be completely legal to use your weapon for self-defense as well as defense of others.
So if your loved one is in harm's way, you can enter the situation, secure your loved one, and remove them from the situation regardless of where they are.
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe in the discussion that we had today, it's been lengthy, talking about being able to carry in an establishment or a place that serves alcohol. Is that serves alcohol for consumption or just serves alcohol?
For on-site consumption.
Okay. So any place that serves for on-site consumption. So how does the bill treat marijuana dispensaries?
Marijuana dispensaries are not for on-site consumption, but if there were such a thing, it would be, firearms would be disallowed in the exact same way they're disallowed where alcohol has a license for on-site consumption.
Where does it say that in the bill?
It says at line 17 on page 5, a location licensed to sell or dispense alcohol or cannabis for on-site consumption.
Okay, thank you.
All right, question is on the House amendments. Any further discussion? Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If the floor leader would yield for question.
Happy to.
Just wanted to make sure of a couple things. Living in a rural community, and sometimes we get together on a Saturday afternoon and I have the ability to live on a couple 100-acre farm, and so I might call some buddies and say, hey, why don't we come on over and we'll go down the gravel pit and everybody can shoot. And nobody's got a permit, but they're coming over to our house and they're transporting their firearms over there to do that. Does this law change anything that's in current statute right now? Because now they can bring their firearms over and we can shoot. Does this law change that at all?
So just to be clear, this doesn't change current law outside of the structure of your home.
So they can still transport a handgun, put it in their vehicle, transport a handgun to an area for any type of recreational shooting activity, and that's still legal as it is today under this bill.
So yeah, this doesn't affect the transport of weapons, and assuming you're giving people permission to come onto your property, there is no problem with the hypothetical you described.
Okay. Now, as far as the wear and carry of the, and of course, I'm very fortunate to have a wear and carry permit and also have a LEOSA permit, but the fact that I had gotten my wear and carry permit is because in Maryland it was wear and carry. For those of you that don't understand, it didn't have to be concealed. If your coat was open or you wore it openly, that was legal. Does this change that?
Under LEOSA, the weapon has to be concealed.
I'm very familiar with LEOSA. You're so instructed. I said under wear and carry, Maryland law. Does this change the current Maryland law? Where Maryland law right now does not address with a handgun permit concealed. You can openly carry. Right. Does this law change that?
So it does. Separate from LEOSA, for every individual, this allows only concealed carry. That was as the bill came out of the Senate. And as indicated earlier, the House accidentally removed it and placed it back in. Unless you're exempted for, like a security guard or an active law enforcement official.
So other than on my own property, I could no longer carry openly anywhere. I would have to, if I left my property, whether I had a permit under LEOSA, which is covered, or a permit in the other. And the reason that I got it, I'm not trying to trick you, the reason I got it is if I was in this suit and I was carrying under LEOSA and I took my suit off and somebody saw my gun, I didn't want to have a complaint filed that I was in violation of LEOSA. With a Maryland wear and carry, I could obviously have a gun open. And I'm just trying to make sure that that's no longer going to be allowed.
So just two quick things. No, under the bill, open carry is not allowed. But if, in your hypothetical, someone were to accidentally show their weapon in a momentary way, that is an explicit exception under the bill, so that people don't get jammed up. You know, if you were to move your jacket in a way that displayed the weapon, you would not be suddenly criminalized under the bill.
So having the opportunity to instruct in law enforcement and meeting law enforcement officers from throughout the country, one of the benefit that a lot of law enforcement officers see is the ability for citizens to be armed, to be able to be legally armed. In a lot of states, it's on their driver's license. They know exactly when somebody could help them in a situation. And we have had a very thorough permit process to be able to carry a firearm. And one of the things where we could carry a firearm was if we wanted to carry a firearm to take our money to the bank. If you had a business and you were permitted, you could then put your money in the car and you could go to the bank to protect your money. And you could walk right into the bank with your gun and you could deposit money. Is that still the case? Does this bill do anything to prohibit us from being able to protect our money?
So, Senator, what you're referring to is essentially the good and substantial regime. As you know, under Bruin, the good and substantial regime, which you are singing the praises of, has been eliminated by the U.S. Supreme Court. And so the bill before you seeks to replace that with logical, bright lines, and that's what the bill does.
So my question is, if I have a large cash deposit, can I walk into a bank to make that deposit carrying a handgun underneath this bill?
So let me just say one more time. Under the good and substantial reason regime, which is now unconstitutional, one of the good and substantial reasons that state police would look at would be whether you carry large quantities of cash and went to the bank frequently. When Bruin was decided, the good and substantial reason comes out, and the idea of large deposits of cash is no longer relevant to the state police in their determination. They have to give these permits, assuming you are otherwise in compliance with all the licensing requirements. Much of that was under the other bill. So what this does is create a situation where, yes, you can take your money to the bank. Yes, you can carry concealed weapon, unless the bank says, if the bank says you do not have permission to bring in the gun, then you can no longer bring in the gun. If they say you can bring in the gun, you can bring in the gun. A bank is not defined as a sensitive place under the bill. Whether it's sensitive under federal law, because I know banks are highly regulated, I do not know. But they're not defined as inherently sensitive under the legislation in front of us.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment, but there's a couple things, if we could just put some clarity on that. First off, I'm not a fan of good and substantial, right? It definitely took away from the ability for you to protect your family. Secondly, it put money was more important than the safety of your family. And third, to be clear, if you did run a business and you transported money to a bank, that was an exception under the wear and carry transportation in the Maryland State Police, so Bruin didn't apply. I mean, wear and carry, good and substantial, correction. Good and substantial did not apply to that. You could always, if you had a business, take money and take it to the bank. That was always the case under transportation. So my next question is, and I think the issue is, this legislation in Senate Bill 1 that we're debating here is this going to restrict the crimes that we are dealing with? Is this going to help the public deal with crimes against the public by people with illegal firearms?
So as you know, Senator, we just had legislation related to illegal possession of firearms and the trafficking of firearms. So separate bill.
But, and Mr. President, I appreciate that. But the fact is, I've been here for 5 years, and we've talked about that legislation for all 5 years. So whether we talk about it or we implement it, two different things. The issue is, I want to make sure that if we're going to pass a firearms bill that has an effect, it should have some effect on crime in the state of Maryland, not affect people that were trying to protect their families.
We're not just doing it. I mean, we're not just talking about it, we're doing it. We just had it on House Bill 135.
I want to thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Chair Cannabis Senator from the 32nd District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the floor leader yield, please?
The floor to yield.
I really do just have a quick question
Sure.
because I've had time to read the bill while the debate's been going on. So on page 6, line 23 through 27, we talk about the exception of retired law enforcement officer, an official in good standing from a law enforcement agency. But on page 9, we don't list that as an exception. Is that something that's missed, or can you explain why we're accepting a retired officer in one place and not in another?
So on page 9, that's a recitation of current law at 4203.
Mm-hmm.
And so we are not touching current law under 4203.
And so we don't want it to mirror the other part of the law that we have on page 6?
So council is telling us that they're already covered under the LEOSA permit under 4203.
I'm not a lawyer, but I'm going to trust you on this. Mr. Floor Leader, thank you.
All right, question is on the House amendments. Any further discussion on the House amendments? If not, any objection to the House amendments? Without objection, the House amendments are adopted. Madam Secretary, if we could please ring the bells. Senate Bill 1 is on third reading for final passage. Any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. Chair Cannabis Senator from District 6 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
I'm not going to need 2 minutes, Mr. President. I'm just going to say, I don't have a card. I don't carry, but I believe in our freedom. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in what we were sworn on and sworn in. And the Constitution, I believe, to every person in this room, it means a lot. And knowing that this is unconstitutional, and knowing that we passed this bill, that it will go to the courts. And when it does, and it will, and it gets turned over, I'm hoping we don't have to go through this again. But I believe we will. And all I can say, Mr. President, is that's why I have to vote red. I believe in our Constitution. I believe in our freedoms. From the beginning, when we had our Constitution, till today. That's why I voted red, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Any further senators wish to explain their votes? Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd District. Has 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is going to be very brief. The Second Amendment is just as much a part of the U.S. Constitution as the First Amendment. I think all of us subscribe to the First Amendment, and the Supreme Court has authoritatively interpreted the Second Amendment. If we are going indeed to support the Constitution, as we promised when we took the oath at the beginning of the session, we cannot pass bills which are going to be ruled unconstitutional. This is one of those, and that's why I voted no.
All right. Any further senators? Yes, Chair recognizes the minority whip. Has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Explaining my no vote, Mr. President, just a couple weeks ago, there were 3 young women in Towson that were assaulted by gunpoint. we have the people who are afraid of guns, I don't think have the experience and understand sometimes that someone who's well trained, who's had a background check, who understands how to use a firearm, and that's what these permit holders are actually a great asset to public safety, and it allows somebody who's perhaps not the strongest person or the strongest physically to be able to defend themselves but also protect others, and we've seen countless cases of that. So this bill just restricts that further instead of embracing that and encouraging more people to exercise their right responsibly and safely. So my vote on this is no.
All right, thank you, Senator. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th District has 2 minutes to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple weeks ago on a Saturday night, I think after we had gone really late on a Friday, left on Saturday morning to go back, over 200 of my constituents gathered in Salisbury specifically to talk about this bill. And these are law-abiding citizens who have gone through the whole process, the permitting, the training, paying their fees to have this. And their question is, why are you focused on us? And two, they said, what are you going to do about violent crime in the state of Maryland? Why don't you focus on the repeat violent offenders who are causing the crime across the state? And when you cast a vote like this, we should take their words into account.
All right. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 31 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 1, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, let's go to Senate bills amended in the House. This is calendar number 22. Clerk will read the bill. Yes, Chair recognizes the senator from Prince George's.
Would this be a good time to make just a quick...
Senator may proceed.
I would like for the Senate to welcome with me our Central Committee member from the 26th District, Danny Moore King. She's in the balcony behind me, and if you would give her a Senate welcome for being here. And thank you, Senator, for that.
One of my Central Committee members was here, Joe DeSeta, but I think he had to leave, so maybe if he comes back, we'll catch him. Yes, Chair recognizes the senator from Prince George's.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Lolita Miller, Vice Chair, Prince George's County Board, Ms. Lolita Walker, Vice Chair, Prince George's County Board of Education, here with Board Member Dr. Juanita Miller, and sitting behind me, Prince George's County Council Member District 4, covering Bowie, Greenbelt, and Glendale, Ms. Ingrid Watson, my wife. Thank you.
Welcome. Great to see you. Chair, nope, all set. All right. Okay, let's go to calendar 22. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 516, Senator Feldman, Cannabis Reform, motion to concur with the House amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Senate Bill 516 is an emergency bill that, as amended, establishes a licensing framework for the regulated growth, processing, and retail sale of cannabis in the state. A 9% sales and use tax applicable to the sale of adult use cannabis is set, and the Office of Social Equity is created. Finally, the industry will be regulated by a newly established Maryland Cannabis Administration. The House amendments did not significantly change the Senate bill and conform Senate Bill 516 to House Bill 556 as it passed the Senate. We move to concur with the House amendments.
Chair moves that we concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? If not, any objections? Without objection, the House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 516 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk.
Mr. President?
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, the senator from the 35th District has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was one that we had an amendment offered that didn't go through that would have simply designated a part of the funding to go to the MSOFT, Emergency Services. It's really disappointing that wasn't added in here. I realize that funding wouldn't take care of all their issues, but just having that line item in there I thought was a good idea to get that out there. It was supported by State Firemen Association, MIMS, and different other agencies. So with that not being included, I'm voting red. Thank you.
All right. Any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 33 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 516, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, we're going to go to a report from judicial proceedings. Report number 48. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1071, Delegate Crutchfield, Criminal Law and Procedure, Cannabis, Fines for Smoking in Public, Stops and Searches, favorable to amendments.
Chair recognizes the senator from Baltimore City as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. As amended, the bill prohibits a law enforcement officer from initiating a stop or search of a person, motor vehicle, or vessel based solely on the specified types of cannabis-related evidence, conducting a search of specified areas of a motor vehicle or vessel during an investigation of a person solely for driving a motor vehicle or vessel while impaired or under the influence of cannabis. As amended, the bill provides that evidence discovered or obtained in violation of the requirements established under the bill, including evidence discovered or obtained with consent, is not admissible at trial, a hearing, or other proceeding. In addition, the penalty for smoking cannabis in a public place is reduced for a first offense to a maximum of $50 rather than $250 under current law, and for a second offense to a maximum fine of $150 rather than the $500 under current law. The bill generally takes effect July 1, 2023. The bill's provisions related to smoking cannabis in a public place take effect July 1, 2023. Contingent upon Section 4 of Chapter 26 taking effect. There are two committee amendments. Number one is technical. Number two provides the exclusion of evidence under the bill. I would move the amended committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, chair recognizes the minority whip. On the amendments, nope. Senator from the 38th.
I just, on the bill that we just passed on the cannabis licensing and reform, we had extended debate earlier when we were going through amendments about the penalties involved in smoking marijuana in public. And if my colleagues will recall, there was a lot of support for allowing local jurisdictions to keep the penalties in place. Now what was just presented, can you go through, now what I'm hearing is not only are we not allowing local jurisdictions to strengthen penalties at the state level, but my understanding is that they're now being reduced at the state level?
That's correct. Under the bill, I suppose there would be uniform penalties across the state for. Under the previous bill, we eliminated mandatory minimum penalties for volume dealers. This is limited to a lower level of the fines for smoking in public.
So my understanding is, for instance, right now, the town of Ocean City, in order to protect the boardwalk, has a maximum, I believe second offense can put a $500 fine in, and now that is being lowered to?
Yes, it would be lowered to 150 under the bill.
Okay, so we're going from trying to get some control of the public smoking of marijuana, knowing that it will increase with the legalization of recreational marijuana. We, instead of allowing local jurisdictions to put additional penalties on, we're actually lowering the penalties statewide.
That's correct, and I think that it's something that goes hand in hand with the new policy, thinking to the time when marijuana was illegal and forbidden, and then moving to decriminalization. That's when we implemented these fines that were in place under current law, and now that marijuana will ostensibly be legal, many people will be securing marijuana legally, and it seemed like a good public policy decision to still have a fine for smoking in public, but not to have an overwhelming and overburdening fine. So that's correct.
So we had examples from one of my colleagues, and he can speak about it in more detail, but any of us who have families or spend time in public places may already be sensitive to the smell of marijuana in public places. And this is before the legalization of recreational marijuana. So now that we're moving forward with the legalization of recreational marijuana, we are now throttling back the tools that we are giving our local jurisdictions to try to control public smoking of marijuana now that we're going forward with the legalization of recreational marijuana.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, I am preparing my colleagues for what you will be hearing from your constituents. I find that absolutely unacceptable after we've had this long debate about giving our local jurisdictions additional tools to protect their hometowns and their communities, and we don't give them the additional tools. Instead of, we say, oh, we're going to move forward with the legalization of recreational marijuana, and we're going to reduce the penalties. So it's going to have the exact opposite effect, and we are not protecting our families' health and safety with this.
All right, thank you, Senator. Before we have a special guest, we had perfect timing for a guest to come by that wanted to say hello, and it just appears we're on an interesting bill. Hopefully brought food is the real question. All right. We have the special guest who wanted to come by, say hello in the final hours of the session here. We said we'd have a brief conversation. All right. You want to journalize the remarks? And that was pretty fun. Hello there, Mr. Governor. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Madam Lieutenant Governor, come on up. Hello there. Good to see you.
Thank you for the lovely gift. So thoughtful.
Hello there. Good to see you. Love to see you. Congratulations. Hello there. First, here, please. Thank you. Come on up. Madam First Lady. Oops, I'm sorry.
Thank you all so much. Happy Sine Die. We just wanted to come up briefly and just to say thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your example. You all have just set a tremendous example, frankly, for the entire country, because you have once again demonstrated that in Maryland, we actually do big things, and we work together to get big things done. What you all have done here is absolutely extraordinary, and we are honored to be your colleagues. We are thankful for the leadership. We're thankful for the partnership, and we're just getting started. And we're really humbled and grateful for the fact that you all continue to be just a shining example for what progress looks like, and that in order for it to happen, it means we're going to get it done together. So we just wanted to come by and just to say happy Sine Die, say congratulations, say thank you, say enjoy this evening, and I know it's going to be a late evening, but to say thank you for everything that you all continue to do, and we're honored to be your colleagues in this work. So God bless you all, and thank you so much. Thank you.
It's an exciting time, right in the midst of debate. Good to see the governor and his team. All right, we ready to vote? Are we ready to vote? Is that? All right. Question is on the two committee amendments. Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd district on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was a nice interlude, but now back to work. So
back to work.
If I could have a conversation with the floor leader on this bill. This bill has always, in my view, been very problematic. So let me go down the language of the bill. It says a law enforcement officer may not initiate a stop of a motor vehicle based solely on one or more of the following, and one of them is the odor of cannabis. So does that mean that if the police officer is on the highway and the car ahead of him is driving somewhat erratically on the road, does that justify a stop of the car?
Yes.
Okay. Suppose the car is speeding. Does that justify a stop?
Yes.
Suppose the car has an expired license plate. Does that justify a stop?
Yes.
and suppose the car has a burnt out tail light, does that justify a stop?
It does.
Okay.
The bill, it doesn't do anything to stop or limit a stop that's already lawful.
Okay, so to read the language again, but focusing on a different word, a law enforcement officer may not initiate a search of a motor vehicle based solely on one or more of the following. One is the odor of burnt cannabis. So if the officer has stopped a car because it's driving erratically and then smells burnt cannabis in the car, does the officer have the right to search the car?
No,
Why not?
because the
It
smell.
wouldn't be based solely on the
Because
burnt cannabis. It would be based in part on the fact the car was driving erratically, wouldn't it?
The officer has a right to do the usual investigatory questions that they do when someone's driving erratically or for another traffic violation, and that doesn't change under the bill. But the smell alone of burnt cannabis, burnt or unburnt cannabis, does not justify a search. Why? Because you can't tell from the smell of cannabis, burnt or unburnt, what the quantity is. And we've now said that there's a certain quantity that is not unlawful. And so unless there is evidence of something else, there is no justification to search the car. Now, if the investigation of the driver reveals that there is some reason to think the driver might be impaired, an inquiry can continue. And at that point, should there be any type of an arrest, of course, you can do a search incident to an arrest, but just based on the smell of burnt cannabis, no. I just wanted to give you a thorough answer.
That wasn't my question. My question said, number one, the police officer sees a car driving erratically, and you earlier admitted that would justify a stop.
Yes.
So that's one factor. And then the second factor is when he gets to the car and the driver rolls the window down, he smells cannabis coming from inside the car. That's the second factor. Now, the bill says a law enforcement officer may not initiate a search of a motor vehicle solely based on the odor of unburnt cannabis. In this case, it wouldn't be solely. There'd be two factors. Number one, the car is driving erratically, and number two, there's a smell of cannabis inside. So is it your statement that despite the fact there are two factors at play here, the officer still does not have to the grounds to search the car under this bill?
That is exactly what I'm saying, because there is no justification for a search of a car based on the smell. Now, if there's erratic driving plus some other thing that is happening, the officer has a right to make a further inquiry. The officer certainly can examine for signs of impairment, but certainly can't search a vehicle based on the odor.
Well, okay, let's talk about the impairment. Does the officer in that situation have the right to ask or direct the driver of the car to exit the car so that the officer can conduct an examination of the officer's ability to drive under the circumstances?
Certainly the officer, it depends on every specific circumstance, but I would say yes, the officer at that point, just like in any other situation as we talked about extensively with alcohol or any other signs of impairment, the officer can make further inquiry. But I think this specific question you asked me before is if the officer could search the car. And the officer couldn't search the car like if the officer smelled alcohol, but the officer could make further inquiry.
Okay. Now, under the Supreme Court's Carroll decision, which was decided many decades ago, cars are treated differently from other locations. And isn't it true that police officers have large discretion to search those parts of a car that the driver can reach if the police officer legitimately stops the driver, as in the case of seeing an erratic car driving down the road?
No, that's not correct at all. Just seeing an erratic driving, an officer doesn't have a right to search a car. An officer has a right to search a car if an officer has probable cause, and in your scenario, an officer probably would not. But I think what's important about your questions is what we want to do with this bill is we want to make it clear to officers so that they aren't confused about what they have a right to do and not do. Basically, under the previous law or the current law, an old law, when marijuana was 100% a prohibited substance, it was often used as a pretext or a justification to stop and search further. But I'm explaining the rationale for this bill, the public policy of this bill, is that it's no longer, unless it's in huge amounts, considered something called contraband. And when it's not contraband anymore, then it doesn't justify further searching for evidence of criminal activity. So that's the rationale for why the bill and why we need the bill.
Let's compare marijuana to alcohol. If the policeman sees the car driving erratically down the road and stops the driver, and the driver opens the window and the officer smells alcohol on the driver's breath, doesn't the policeman have the right to search the car?
No.
How about subjecting the driver to a roadside test,
Yes.
sobriety test?
But it's not to search the car, but yes, they can conduct further inquiry, field sobriety test, if they think there are signs of impairment, yes.
Let me give you another hypothetical. And let me read again the relevant part of the statute. A law enforcement officer may not initiate a stop of a person based solely on the odor of burnt cannabis. So if there's a person on the boardwalk in Ocean City reeking of cannabis, are you saying that this law would prevent the Ocean City Police from stopping that person to ascertain whether or not that person is under the influence of cannabis?
I am, because unless the person is violating the law of smoking in public, as we just talked about, or unless the person is displaying some other kind of disruptive behavior like disorderly conduct, there's just no justification based on odor to stop someone. Because the issue is it's not illegal to smell like marijuana, and smell alone can't determine, you can't ascertain what the quantity is that someone may have or may not have. Person may have no other marijuana on them at all, but just came out of I think someone said earlier, a hot box situation. So
I'm not familiar with the term hot box. I'm
could have
sorry.
come out of a situation where they were in a place where there was a lot of smoke in a very closed environment. The issue is, the answer is emphatically no.
All right, let me go to the second part of the bill. If a law enforcement officer is investigating a person solely for driving or attempting to drive a motor vehicle or vessel while impaired or under the influence of cannabis, the law enforcement officer may not conduct a search of an area of a motor vehicle or a vessel that's not readily accessible to the driver or operator of the motor vehicle or vessel. So to take out some of the double negatives in there, what it says is, if a law enforcement officer is investigating a person solely for driving or attempting to drive a motor vehicle while impaired or under the influence of cannabis, the law enforcement officer may conduct a search of an area of the motor vehicle that is readily accessible to the driver or operator of the motor vehicle or vessel. Do you agree with that is the language of the bill? Do you agree with its import?
Right. This is an explicit prohibition, and I contend to you that the current law, if we were talking solely about alcohol, that is already the law. There is no right to search if a person, you can get the person out of the car, but if there's an area that's not immediately within their lunge, reach, and grasp or accessible to them, you can't search the car. So this is just making sure that under cannabis, that is also adhered to.
Well, the area that's within the lunge, reach, or grasp would include the front seat, the glove compartment, the back seat, maybe not the trunk, but the other parts of the interior of the car, would it not?
It wouldn't include the entire interior of the car, no. I mean, I think, no, it would not. No, not the entire interior. Like, it wouldn't include, like, the back windshield area.
I mean,
it would include, it generally is viewed where a person would be able to
reach. Right, so the person could reach to the back seat, down behind your seat, into the glove compartment, to the seat next to you, next to the driver, the passenger seat in the front. All those areas are accessible.
Depends on how long the arms are.
In other words, for a very small person, it wouldn't include the back seat. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, Chair Kennedy, Senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the floor leader yield for a quick question? Thanks.
Certainly.
Senator may proceed.
So we've been talking about personal vehicles. How does this affect the commercial industry, commercial trucks? I have a CDL Class AA. have a medical card. Let's say I'm in an 18-wheeler rolling down the road. Cop pulls me over, comes speeding, comes up and he smells it. Is he allowed to search?
No, not for smell. If he smells it, no.
But there's
I
zero
think
tolerance.
There's no exemption
there's-
under this bill for a specific type of vehicle or driver.
Even though as a CDL driver, I have zero tolerance. Everybody who has a CDL has to take in order to get their medical certificate, has to take a urine test. And they can't have anything in their system. So you're telling me that now police can, if they smell a truck driver smoking it, there's nothing they can do?
Well, I think so. First of all, there's a difference between smoking it and smelling it. And the reason that odor is important to exclude is because a police officer wouldn't necessarily know if they smell it, if it was someone else that had been in the vehicle that was smoking it. Again, if the driver had been in an environment prior to driving where it was there, or even if the driver had been around some. Just like, to be honest with you, well, I don't want to get into a different subject, but I was gonna say, like, just like nobody will know now if people are like doing gummies or some other thing that's not smokable. Like certain things you just can't ascertain, but odor alone can't really give any indication of whether someone is impaired. And so I would just say to you that that's a licensing issue should that come up, but it should not be a law enforcement issue.
So what does a police officer do on the side of the road when he's got a guy, he's pulled over, he's got a truck weighs 80,000 pounds, fully loaded, that he thinks could be high because he smells it?
Well, if there's indications that the person is high, they can make a further inquiry, but just smelling alone,
but
they
just
can't.
smelling it, so
And-
okay, he doesn't think he's high, but he smells it, and it's kind of really smells coming out of the cab of that truck.
It could be a lot, because it could be one of our newly licensed, regulated dispensary managers or owners or transporter that's allowed to have a lot in the cab, you know what I'm saying, or a lot in the truck. So think about that. If you work for a dispensary, for example, and you have a whole lot of it that you're,
Well,
you know,
I'm hoping they would have it in the
picking.
back of the truck,
Well,
in the
we'll hope-
trailer, not up in the cab with them.
hope so, but it still would have it could have a pungent odor. It could have a strong odor, even if it's not being burnt. Just saying. It could be a lot, and it could be, so that's why you can't tell by odor alone.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Question is on the two committee amendments. Chair recognizes the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick question, if floor leader yield for another moment.
Sarah may proceed.
We did talk earlier about the reduction of the fines, first offense from 250 to 50, and then second offense and subsequent offense from 500 to 150. Those were fines that we put in place last year, if I'm correct, when we did the cannabis legislation that brought the issue to the voters.
I'm not sure when the fines were put into place. The 250 and the 500?
Yeah.
I feel like they were in place for a while, but it could have been last year with the cannabis reform.
Yeah, I think last year with the reform bill, we had to decide if cannabis was then going to be legal, what would happen if you're now smoking in public. And I think it was obviously reduced to civil fines,
Yes.
right? Just monetary civil fines. So my question is, if an officer provides a fine to somebody for a first offense, and somebody, I guess, has a ticket, a citation, or something that they have to pay $50. If that individual is seen 2 weeks later, does the officer know whether that individual has a subsequent fine or not?
I don't think without checking. I think the officer, I mean, in some small places, the officer may recognize the person from the week before, but I think they can just check, you know, there's a way to check to see if someone has an open citation.
Okay. And if there are open citations, is there a next step for arrest?
I believe under our current law, it's treated like any other citation. So if you have citations and you don't pay them, they'll just keep, you know, kind of accruing.
Kind of accrue. I mean, in a sense, you never have to pay them, right?
I'm not sure if you never have to pay them. I don't know if there's something that you lose, like usually there's something you go to get done and it's discovered you have all these fines, but I don't think so.
Well, I think we can all relate to
traffic violations, obviously, because if you don't pay those off, you get a flag on your license or your registration, and you have to do something in order to keep that privilege to drive. But my question is regarding these fines. If one were to not pay and receive one over and over and over and over again, what is the step that eventually makes somebody pay? Or what is the next step after somebody, potentially gets $950 in fines?
I don't think there's a flag, because it's not, like a traffic citation, but I do believe there's a collections process, the way that all kinds of fines that we have are sent ultimately to like central collections or something like that.
Does this ever get into the situation of a must appear in court? I mean, if you've gotten the fifth one, is there something that says you must appear?
No.
No?
No.
So we're going to have police officers issue fines, and there's no consequence if somebody doesn't pay them?
Well, I don't think there's a consequence under the current law, so there's no consequence under the reduction. This isn't changing the consequence, it's only lowering the fines.
Right, but that's why I started off with the questioning, because I think we put this in place specifically last year when we did the cannabis legislation and we brought the question to the voters. We had to decide at that point in time, and it was in the Senate Finance, this issue. We had to decide at that time what was going to happen if somebody was smoking in a public area that they were not allowed to be smoking in, because that became the big question of what was going on. Can there be areas that you cannot smoke? And we started talking about, is this going to be treated like cigarettes, or this is going to be treated like alcohol? If you drink an alcohol in public, sure, you can get a civil citation. If you're smoking in public, no, you probably were not going to. So that's why we talked about it then. But I'm concerned that we have legislation, and not only did we reduce the fines, but there really is no consequence of not having to pay these fines. That's accurate.
I believe so, but again, I don't think this changes that. It just lowers them. I think that this is still a new process, and we've been really working to figure out how we can have the least onerous criminal civil penalty burden on people now that the substance is in fact legalized. I think that as we go down the road, we may find that there are things that need to be tweaked, and perhaps maybe that might be one of them. But under current law and under this, there is not that mechanism. I do think that because it's in collections, eventually it's going to pop up in the person's life as something a debt that they can't overcome, but I'm not certain where that might be.
Right, and I don't know if that leads to garnishing of wages or what the next step, if we're into that, but it is very concerning, as a number of us did work on not only last year's bill, but this year's bill. One of the big concerns was smoking in public. One of the big concerns was, if you stepped outside of a restaurant, could you smoke or not smoke? Where could you be? Could you be on a street corner? Could you be walking up and down Main Street or West Street smoking or not? And we all went back and followed back and said, nope, don't worry about it. We resolved this last year. We put in civil fines if you're smoking in public. Now, not only are they being reduced, but what I'm hearing is we really didn't do enough last year. And we certainly didn't fix it this year to say, hey, you know what, there's got to be some consequences if you don't pay these fines. And I'm hearing that they're not.
Well, I understand exactly what you're saying. And as I've been told many times in dealing with this issue and grappling with this complex issue, that as we find that we need to make tweaks, we can come back and possibly tighten that up in the future. But again, I think that it's important when we're talking about this bill, what you're talking about is an issue that does exist, but it's not, the issue that you're talking about is not altered in any way by this bill. So I think that that's something, something else.
Yeah, no, and I just agree to that. And I said, other than we've reduced the fines, we probably did not go far enough, from what I'm understanding, in making there actually be some consequences to having to pay civil fines if they're issued by a law enforcement officer. So thank you very much, Madam Floor Leader, Mr. President. Obviously, we didn't go far enough in our legislation last year. I think it's apparent that that needs to be fixed. I don't think that any of us ever intended that fines would be issued, but there'd be no consequences for paying them. It doesn't seem that, not only did we have fines that were higher last year, but we've reduced them this year, and now we're going to basically say that, fine, police officers hand out tickets all they want, they don't have to be paid. We all know what's going to happen. Police officers are going to stop handing out tickets for smoking in public, and we will have more people smoking in public, which is something I think that all of us were trying to avoid with the legalization. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator. Let's hear from the senator from the 29th, followed by the senator from the 4th. And senators, just remember, look, I think we still have a fair amount that we were hoping to get done by 7:30, so we're not there yet. So just, it's looking like lunch in the lounge. Dinner in the lounge. Lunch, dinner. It's all the same at this point. So just make sure to send notes to staff, send food down to the lounge, and we'll plug along. Senator from the 29th.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I just had a pizza delivered.
Wonderful.
If I could ask floor leader a question.
Sarah, may proceed.
It depends on if it's non-meat, sir.
So in the previous discussion, there was a lot of talk between the similarity between driving under the influence of alcohol and driving under the influence of cannabis. And my question is, as a policeman, if I stop someone driving under the influence of alcohol, and I walked up there and I smelled alcohol, that was, I would smell actually the smell of an alcoholic beverage, and I would look at their impairment. But one thing that would be a telltale sign was if they had, a 12-ounce beer in their hand and they were drinking when they were driving down the road. Clearly, we have open container laws, and that would be a violation. You walk up there to the car, and they've got a joint and they're smoking right there, and they're talking to you. Is this law address that? Is it against the law to drive a car and be smoking marijuana?
Yeah, you're not allowed to smoke in the car or while driving under current law. I think that's something that we passed before. Yeah, smoke marijuana, not cigarettes. You can actually smoke. We allow you to smoke cigarettes, as detrimental as that is, but not marijuana.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify that point because I was following up on my colleague that talked about the fact of CDLs, and there's no doubt about it. I'm going to have mine next week. First thing I got to do is sit there and pee in a cup, right? And once I pee in that cup, if there's any marijuana, I lose my driver's license. And I don't just lose my CDL, I lose the entire driver's license. And there's a different standard that applies for my CDL, whether for marijuana, and it also applies for alcohol. If I'm 0.02% with my commercial driver's license for alcohol, right, I lose that. Is there any standard that's set up in Maryland different than the standard for operating while intoxicated?
No, but I think that as the other good gentleman inquired about, if there's a requirement for the licensing from CDL, a person puts themselves at risk by consuming the substance because it's a violation of their terms of their licensing. But it has nothing to do with law enforcement.
Okay, and then getting back to law enforcement just for a minute, when we talk about the fact that you could arrest somebody under current law under the smell of marijuana, that's not they don't just arrest them because of the smell of marijuana. They arrest them as one of the warrantless searches to the Fourth Amendment, correct?
Correct.
So, and what are some of the...
So in the past, when marijuana was illegal, yes, a person could be. But now, because marijuana is not illegal and smelling like marijuana is not illegal, then a person would have a constitutional right to be free from unreasonable searches. It'd be unreasonable because they're not doing anything illegal. Just by smelling like it.
Just by smelling like the fact of burnt marijuana.
Correct.
Okay, So what are the warrantless searches under the Fourth Amendment that would allow a police officer to actually search that vehicle?
What are the warrantless searches? You mean, what are the circumstances that would?
Yes, what's a warrantless search that would allow a police officer to search that car?
Right, well, right.
So I can help you.
No, well, you help me, go ahead.
So the issue is obviously something as simple as consent. The police officer could ask, right? He could ask what that is. If something happened where there was an accident, something like that, there could always be some form of an inventory. There could be, there's a whole, there's actually.
You're right, but I think when you get into the inventory search and the search incident to an arrest, nothing changes there. But here's the thing, we're trying to prevent those initial stops and searches based on odor of marijuana. Certainly, if there is some circumstance that gives rise to an arrest, you still have a right to do those searches. You have a right to do the search incident to the arrest and the inventory search if the person is arrested. That nothing about this changes that. This is just really, if I may, why do we need this and what is the purpose of it? The purpose is to move away from the old policies that caused people to be searched and arrested based on marijuana. Now that it's legal, we're going to have people all over our state, all over our districts, many of our constituents utilizing the opportunity to partake of recreational marijuana, and we don't think it wouldn't be fair to say, hey, we're going to say you can go and get marijuana and use it, but then you also run the risk of being searched because of it. That's the issue.
So one of the fears that we all have is the fact, and we talked about it, and there's legislation we're going to talk about more tonight, dealing with illegal guns. From the police perspective, what is the number one way that we take illegal guns off the street?
I think that a lot of them come from car stops, but I think that, they come from all kinds of stops. But I know that there have been some that have contended that they are marijuana related or based on odor of marijuana, but there's a whole lot of traffic stops as well that have nothing to do with marijuana.
So I can tell you, it is the smell of burnt marijuana, number one, right? You talk to the people from your area, your constituents that are police officers, they'll tell you. Talk to them in my area. Every uniformed police officer will tell you that's the way that we get illegal guns off the street. And I think that's enough said about this topic. I mean, that's what we should be doing, is protecting people.
I understand your point. I really do see it. There's just one little problem. Now that marijuana is legal, that would be a violation of someone's right to privacy in the Fourth Amendment. If it were an illegal substance, it were still CDS, then that would be different. But we have to change that practice in law enforcement as we move down the road of legalization. Otherwise, we really accomplish very little.
All right. Yes, on the two amendments. Chair recognizes the senator from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. The floor leader would yield, please.
Certainly, sir.
Senator may proceed.
Thank you. Senator, I've heard the others speaking about this, and one main point that we've really overlooked is that this deals with another issue revolving around, it's a public safety issue. It's a safety issue for all those that operate motor vehicles on the highway that become 3,800-pound projectiles. We have people that are impaired driving, and as this is written, a police officer could, if a police officer were to pull up to a traffic light and see somebody drinking a beer, would they have reasonable articulable suspicion to stop that person for a violation and if need be administer field sobriety?
They certainly would, because it's statutory violation to drink alcohol in the car when driving.
And it's also,
and it is as well for smoking marijuana.
So Perfect. So if somebody were to also conversely say the police officer's following behind a vehicle, can we say that a police officer can't see that there's a single occupant and it smells like burnt marijuana and you can see the smoke coming out of the window? Would that not indicate that there is
a single occupant, smoke coming out of the window, and
a smell of
the odor?
burnt marijuana?
I see what you're saying. Well, they could.
They could. Okay, so
they could surmise that someone might be smoking, but I think.
But by the way this bill's written, they wouldn't be allowed to make that stop, and anything that came subsequent to that would be fruits of the poisonous tree and not admissible.
I don't think that's accurate for the reason that we don't want the stop to be based on the odor. But if they are seeing evidence of any other violation, whether it be a traffic violation or a criminal violation or a code violation, they can pursue that. And so, so long as it is not legal to drive and smoke at the same time, and there's one person in there, I would say that that doesn't prevent the officer from doing further investigation.
So with no other traffic,
or even issuing a citation for the smoking and driving.
So by your statement, with no other traffic violation and smelling the odor of burnt marijuana coming out of the vehicle, and then being able to actually observe it, but just the smell of burnt marijuana coming out of a vehicle with a single occupant, we can agree that that would be enough to rise to a traffic stop?
No, that's not what I said. I said
that
the
was a
smell
scenario
alone, but evidence of another activity it's a violation, like smoking and driving, and if you see the smoke, certainly there's evidence, I think that could give rise to a further inquiry, or even a ticket or citation, or whatever we currently have under the law for smoking and driving. But I'm saying that if it was not that, if it was nothing else, just the odor, you could not pursue that.
But I guess that's where I'm getting confused. If I see smoke coming out of a car and it smells like marijuana, that's what we in police work call a clue, that something might not be correct. So you're saying that I should not have, as a police officer or law enforcement, should not have this tool to be able to conduct a traffic stop legally.
Okay. You have said three different things. You said smoke coming out of the car.
Mm-hmm.
You said single occupant smoking in the car. If a person is smoking in the car and there's evidence of their smoking in the car because the smoke's coming out of the window, and assuming it's the same smoke that's related to the cigarette that you see, then I would say that you can do what an officer would do, which is issue a citation, just like you can do for the can of beer that the driver has in the car.
My point is that they're basing that on the smell, because someone could be doing the same actions and be smoking a cigarette.
This is about odor alone. So if you had all of that, the smoke and all of that, it wouldn't be odor alone. It'd be evidence of an unlawful activity afoot.
It would be. It's not illegal to smoke in your car a cigarette.
Oh, a cigarette?
No, I'm just trying to separate this because I don't know that we're fully getting this. It is not. But it is illegal to smoke cannabis in a motor vehicle.
But you don't have odor alone when you have evidence of actual presence of smoking. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying that the smoke in and of itself with the odor is a reasonable articulable suspicion for the initiated traffic stop?
I'm saying that it's not lawful to smoke in the car, and so if there's evidence that there's smoking in the car, such as the window comes up, and I don't know why the window would come up, because to be honest with you, there's no reason if you're going behind someone and you see smoke coming out of the car that should give rise to a stop. But
if they're smoking a cigarette, it's not. But if the smell coming out matches that of burnt marijuana, and you can indicate it with this vehicle, the single occupant, this bill, as written, would not be permissible for a legal stop.
So we're going around and around, but I'm saying that's not accurate, because if you're seeing the evidence of the smoke, then clearly they might be violating the law, and you can, stop and have it investigated and give them a citation for the smoking and driving. What you can't do, though, is use the odor when you pull them over to go further, to search the car, to suspect or to make further inquiry about more marijuana. What you can do is issue the citation for the activity that you see, and you can't use it as a pretext to jack them up, pull them out of the car, search the car, and treat it as if it is still the same illegal contraband that it was in previous years.
So we're in agreement, though, that if you make a lawful stop, you walk up, there is, so what you're saying is that there's a fresh odor, that if I have a fresh odor of marijuana because they quickly put it out, that I would not be able to initiate field sobriety to make sure this person is okay.
Well, you wouldn't be able to do it unless you have some reason to think that they could be impaired.
There's others, that's
It's
correct.
like if you pulled up on somebody and they threw whatever they were drinking out of your view, and you couldn't see that, but they weren't driving erratically, then you could always make the inquiry, but I don't know if you would get very far.
I'm gonna overly simplify this. If I make a traffic stop for a expired registration, I walk up and I smell the odor of an alcoholic beverage about a person, am I allowed to ask them to exit the vehicle to ensure that they're not impaired by anything?
Oh, you have a right to ask them to exit. They also have a right to refuse, though.
So they have a right to refuse to administer for field sobriety tests? If I think
Have
that
to consent
if
to
I
it. I
see
mean,
that- I'm sorry?
they come up from repercussions if they wind up getting arrested if they don't consent, but no, they don't have to do it.
Correct, but then they face being arrested for failure. Same scenario, expired registration, walk up, odor of burnt marijuana in the car, subject's got other, glassy eyes, and I want to remove them and ask them to do, I'm taking the traffic stop, what I'm saying is I'm taking the traffic stop from issuing a citation a step further for the public good because they're operating this roadway. Can I administer field sobriety tests to that person?
You certainly can, because you just said glassy eyes.
Okay.
What this bill does is say odor alone does not justify a further arrest, seizure, or search.
Okay. I appreciate your responses. And Mr. President, I just have grave concerns about a legislation like this where we have public safety issue, we're going to have an increased number of crashes, and thereby we're going to have fatalities because of the increased impairment. So with that, I would urge my colleagues a red vote. But thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. All right, questions on the two committee amendments? Any further discussion of the amendments? Any objections? Without objection, the two committee amendments are adopted. Question now is on the favorable committee report as amended. Chair recognizes the Senator from District 4 on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did, and I apologize, Floor Leader, but I did have a amendment drawn up for this.
We're not quite there yet.
Not there yet?
Not yet. Just a moment. We have to
Thank
get through
you.
the report first. Any further discussion on the report as amended? If not, all in favor of the report say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The favorable committee report as amended is adopted. Senator from District 4 has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. Give us just a moment to get it locked in. All right, Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. After the discussion we just had with my colleague from Baltimore, I think this is an appropriate, reasonable amendment to add to this legislation. And basically what it says is, if a person is the only occupant of a vehicle or vessel, a law enforcement officer who detects the odor of burnt or unburnt cannabis after approaching the vehicle for a valid stop may detain the person for driving or attempting to drive a motor vehicle while impaired by or under the influence of cannabis in violation of 21902 of the Transportation Article, 8-738 of the Natural Resources Article, based solely on the odor of burnt or the unburnt marijuana. And with that, I would move the amendment, and I'll ask for a roll call.
All right, Senator has moved the amendment. Recognize the floor leader.
Mr. President, I would ask the body to reject the amendment because it's not necessary. And I want to be clear, I really understand, and I've heard a lot of the questions about and concerns about impaired driving, but I want to make it very clear This bill does nothing to stop an inquiry, a legitimate inquiry about impaired driving. Simply odor alone is not enough without some other indicia of impairment. And so for those reasons, this amendment is simply not necessary. I would urge the body to reject the amendment. Thank you.
All right, question is on the amendment. Any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 27 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Chair recognizes Minority Whip. Senator has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
I hope that food is good. Just kidding. That was a little bit more intense than I meant it to be. All right. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've been talking a lot about the technical side of this, the ins and outs of detecting odor in the car and that sort of thing. I thought some of the relevant conversation was about comparing this with alcohol, where we have open container. Aroma, not quite the same, but we use open container. But one of the things I noticed was there's really no distinction in this bill that would say there's any difference between you being under the age that you're allowed to legally consume marijuana versus not. So we've passed recreational marijuana for people to be able to legally smoke ages and consume ages 21 and older. We've also raised the age when you can smoke cigarettes, I believe, until 21. But that's not really the point of this amendment. This is about marijuana. So my amendment would simply say that the law enforcement officer, if can initiate the search, unless otherwise prohibited in the statute, if the driver of the vehicle is under the age of 21, because that young man or young woman should not be consuming marijuana anyway. They're breaking the law. So I think that is an appropriate exception to this bill, to have it be if they're under the age of 21, then the officer is within their rights to should be able to execute that search. So, Mr. President, I would move the amendment and ask for a roll call vote,
All right,
unless it's friendly.
Let's hear from the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the body to reject the amendment. Under law, we are saying that a person can use recreationally at 21 and over. Nothing about the bill changes it. The issue is an officer would have to make an inquiry into the person, and if they are unable to stop because of odor, then that inquiry would be disallowed. You can't tell by tell by smelling what marijuana or quantity is there, and without stopping, you would not be able to know. Now, what I would suggest is if there were a justification, such as we've talked about, someone being disorderly or driving erratically and they stop, certainly if they are found to be underage, there are consequences for that. But to just do this, just to say gotcha because you're under 21, I don't think that's an acceptable policy. Should there be a reason to suspect someone of doing some activity, they can certainly do that. But I don't think it is the policy we're going for to allow someone to be stopped and searched because of odor just to determine, are you over age or not? I don't think that would be okay. Thank you. No, I think it's enough that we have a prohibition. Our new retailers are not able to sell to the under 21, and so I think that's sufficient. Thank you.
All right. On the amendment, any senators who have not yet spoken, Chair recognizes the maker of the amendment.
Mr. President, I mean, we don't want people under the age of 21 consuming marijuana. So why is, if an officer already is stopping a car, why would you not want to say, yeah, if you smell marijuana on the person and you're going to ask for their ID, I mean, you've stopped them, you ask for their ID, if they're not 21, I don't understand why we would not want this to be very clear in the law. And frankly, same thing for if you're out consuming in public. Someone that is under the age of 21, we absolutely should make sure that this applies, that this is not an exemption they get to kind of worm their way through.
So here's the thing.
Just
we
really
don't
quickly,
have a.
just really quick. Any senator
sorry.
not yet spoken wish to speak? All right, floor leader, and then we'll take a vote. No worries, no worries. We're all tired.
Sorry, Mr. President.
No, don't worry.
The thing is, we don't have a prohibition of age limits for medical marijuana, for one thing. And so, again, I want to stress something because I think that it's the undercurrent of all of the questions, which is the fact that with marijuana being legal for medicinal purposes for people under 21 and legal for recreational purposes for people over 21, we don't want protectual stops of people based on the odor of marijuana. Thank you.
All right, on the bill, if there's no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
On the amendment. Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. Close. With 25 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1071 is hereby ordered passed to third reading. Chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to invoke Rule 24 to suspend the rules to have 2 readings in one day.
Senator has moved to suspend the rules. Are there any objections? Chair recognizes the minority whip.
Would like to object to that.
Senator objects to that. We'll do a roll call on the suspension of the rules.
Is that a debatable motion?
Don't believe it is, actually.
Okay.
The suspension. Not on the underlying issue. Not on the top, only on the motion itself. Yes, could we please ring the bells, Madam Secretary? Yes, Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd.
Mr. President, I think that a motion to suspend the rules is debatable.
Debatable on the motion itself, but not on the underlying question.
Yes, right, okay.
Yes. So to the parliamentary history of suspending rules. All right. Question is on the motion to suspend Rule 24 for 2 readings in one day. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 34 votes in the affirmative, rules having been suspended, House Bill 1071 is now, again, if we could please read the bill, Madam Clerk.
House Bill 1071, Delegate Crutchfield, Criminal Law and Procedure, Cannabis, Fines for Smoking in Public Stops and Searches.
House Bill 1071 is on third reading for final passage. Any further discussion? Chair recognizes the minority whip on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have some additional things we can discuss in an amendment I'd like to offer.
All right, Senator has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment. Excuse me. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have what I think is an amendment that will really help us with this bill. It'll really help to clarify a few things. There's a concern about what happens when we stop, and not having the ability or the ability to use marijuana odor to search. There's a lot of consternation with that, a lot of concerns about sort of the collateral damage that may come from that. I think this may help us. This amendment very simply would say that a law enforcement officer may conduct a search of a person's motor vehicle or vessel in accordance with subsection B of the bill of this section, based solely on the odor of burnt or unburnt cannabis if the law enforcement officer has already stopped the person for a traffic violation. So this is just making it very clear that if I, as a police officer, stop someone for speeding or for driving erratically or distracted driving for a traffic violation, that if I then smell the odor of cannabis, I'd be able to go ahead and conduct the search. So it keeps us from the situation of you've stopped someone for a broken taillight, you smell cannabis, you've stopped someone under suspect terms. It keeps you from the whole stopping someone because they smell like cannabis on the street. But this is just specifically when we're talking about moving violations. You've stopped someone suspected of a moving violation, of a driving violation. that would be the first thing, and then the second thing would be smelling the alcohol, smelling the marijuana. Much like we would do if you stopped someone and you saw an open container in their car. You would say, I stopped you for a moving violation or suspected for speeding or whatever it might be, and I see this open container. This is going to be put in the same posture. It's a very common sense amendment, Mr. President, and I would ask for, if it's not considered friendly, I would ask for a roll call vote.
I suspect it may not be, but let's hear from the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, this amendment is very problematic for a multitude of reasons. One of the things we haven't talked about much is the fact that one of the reasons odor can't and shouldn't be used is because it's not tangible, and because it can be subjective, and because it can be used as a pretext, and because it might shock many people in this body, but it has been used as a pretext. Officers can contend, I went further because I smelled alcohol, but they can't submit that into an evidence lab because there's nothing to submit. And so there's no way to verify that. And one of the things that we need to do is to ensure that our brothers and sisters and constituents across this state are not unnecessarily searched because of odor of alcohol. Now that it is legal, they ought to be able to come from their dispensaries. They ought to be able to travel without being accosted by law enforcement, and that's the reason that we need this. There is nothing stopping the law enforcement officer from issuing the citation for whatever the traffic violation is. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Let's hear from the maker of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, currently in this bill, without this amendment, we actually now have a situation. It's been I think it's been elaborated on in previous debate on second reader. We now have it to where you pretty much are not going to be able, even if you see a crime, see something in the car after smelling the marijuana, you're not going to be able to to go after that crime with the way this bill currently is written. This amendment makes, you're not going to be stopping people on suspicion because of the smell. You've already stopped them. They've already committed a violation, or at least suspected of committing a violation. A police officer would have to have pretty powerful nostrils to smell marijuana if somebody whizzes by them on the road and speeding, or if they observe somebody weaving in and out of traffic or driving erratically and they pull them over. That's to be amazing nostrils to be able to smell the marijuana from their vehicle while they're driving ahead of you or behind or past you. This is simply saying if you've already stopped them for a moving violation or for a traffic violation, that then they shouldn't be smoking marijuana in their car while they're driving. They should not be, even if it's an aroma from, it should not be smoking marijuana and driving. That is definitely a bad thing to do, no matter how legal the substance may now be. So my amendment just makes it clear that if you've already stopped them and you smell the marijuana, then you can take action. You can't stop only on that basis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the amendment, any further discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 27 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Chair recognizes the senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment.
Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
First of all, Mr. President, I want to thank the amendment shop. They are amazing tonight. They are running on all cylinders because...
If they want to slow down, it would be perfectly all right. No, just kidding.
No. Let them run.
Just kidding.
But no. I had a debate with the floor leader 20 minutes ago and called for an amendment, and they got it done and back up here. So I want to thank them. So real simple, what this amendment does, it deals with commercial vehicles. It doesn't apply, this bill does not apply to commercial vehicles. And the reason I say that is in order to drive a vehicle like this in this bill, you have to have a CDL. In order to have a CDL, there is zero tolerance with marijuana. And the reason I put this in is we take CDLs very seriously. We have to keep a log of our hours when we drive. We can't go past a certain point. We have to have a medical certificate. There's all these reasons. Because again, we're driving a truck that weighs, fully loaded, 80,000 pounds down the highway. So all I'm asking is that, hey, when they pull somebody over driving a tractor trailer and they smell this, they can say, hey, we need to figure out what's going on here and investigate further. So I move the amendment, Mr. President.
All right, Senator moves the amendment. Let's hear from the floor leader first.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the body to reject the amendment for the reasons we discussed before. There's no exception here, but certainly maybe it's not a large tractor trailer all the time, but I think that it's possible that someone could actually be in the legal industry and have marijuana. We don't know, but I don't think we should carve out an exception. I definitely believe that if someone is consuming something they're not supposed to do under their license, that's a licensing issue. It shouldn't be a reason to have them accosted by the law enforcement either. So I would ask to reject the amendment. Thank you.
All right, let's hear from the senator from the 38th District on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong support of this amendment. This is a safety issue when we're talking about the highways, roadways. We've all seen the serious accidents across the state, across the country, and so this is us sending a signal that we want to put safety, make that a priority. So I would urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment, for safety amendment.
All right. On the amendment, any further discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 26 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments? Chair recognizes the minority whip. President amendment?
I do have one more amendment, and I apologize that I was not able to share it with the
Collect
sponsor, but
and
it's a pretty, with the floor leader, but it's a pretty basic amendment.
All right, one moment. Let's get it loaded up. All right, Senator, explain the amendment.
You should. Ready to explain? Thanks. Okay. So this bill is essentially saying we're now pretty much legalizing you smoking marijuana in your car. It's going to be very difficult to catch somebody for the act of consuming or smoking marijuana in their car. I suppose if you pull somebody over and they look stoned out of their mind, you might be able to. But it's going to this bill as it's written right now. Not only is it going to keep you from really being able to put a stop to that kind of thing or punish that kind of thing, it's also going to make it, the way the bill now stands, it's going to make it really hard to find the illegal guns that we now find significantly when we pull people over in some jurisdictions when they're smoking marijuana in their car, and then that allows a search where illegal guns are found in giant quantities in several of the jurisdictions represented here. I know from looking at different statistics. We've done the sort of the fruit of the poison tree now, where you can't you could see a dead body in the back seat and there wouldn't be anything you could do about it after smelling marijuana if you found it because you started to investigate with marijuana. However, one thing we really should not do, if we're going to make it basically legal almost to smoke in your car, we should at least be able to fine you the amount we already had in law for this violation. So this bill as it's written right now strikes the fines down to like an embarrassingly low level for such a dangerous activity. Smoking pot and driving, or consuming pot and driving, is incredibly dangerous. Smoking pot in public places is incredibly inconsiderate. I'm not sure it's maybe not dangerous, but it's very inconsiderate and problematic. So my amendment very simply just restores the fines to the level they were at before this bill came in. So it would just strike out the part that changes the fines and keeps the fines at a good healthy amount, and keeps the fines at a level commensurate with how serious this kind of thing is. And so I would move my amendment, Mr. President, and ask for a roll call vote.
Mr. President.
All right. Yes. Let's hear from the floor leader first on the amendment.
I want to ask a question. Okay. Please.
Floor leader on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like the body to reject the amendment, and I want to assure the body of one thing, that if an officer were to pull a car over and spot a dead body on the back seat, there's something called the plain view exception to the warrant requirement, and they'd definitely be able to investigate further. So that would not be an issue. But, you know, it's a public policy decision to reduce these fines now that this is legal for smoking in public. I'm not suggesting that it's not a nuisance. It's a nuisance now, and it's not allowed in public, and so it's still not allowed in public. I just urge us to keep the fines lower. If we should find that we need to come back in future years and do something, tweak the fines, we certainly can do that. Thank you.
All right, Chair recognizes the senator from College Park.
Yeah, will the maker of the motion yield for a question?
Will the maker yield? Senator may proceed.
The senator from the lower shore talked about fines in her area. Is my understanding correct that this bill would bar local governments from having fines higher than state? And how would this amendment affect that?
This amendment would restore the current language to the current law, the current law.
Which allows the locals to have higher fines of their own?
I don't believe so. I think the fine is a standard, it's a standard fine.
So
that wasn't the point of my amendment, but my understanding is the fines are what is in statute and you cannot exceed those at the local level. As far as I know, but that was not the main basis of my amendment.
I appreciate that. I do want to ask the senator from the lower shore, because you were talking about what you've done in your area.
No, my concern is that right now these we just took this bill takes the state fines that were at originally $500.
Right. I understand that.
For second offense and $250 for first offense, and now lowers them state.
And I understand that, but maybe I misunderstood. There are no local fines separate from state fines now. Is that correct? I can ask anybody who knows the answer.
No, I tried to offer an amendment that we could, at the local level, increase it above the state level.
I understand. I take your point. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. On the amendment, Chair recognizes the senator from 42nd District on the amendment has not
Thank
yet
you,
spoken.
Mr. President. If the floor leader would rise.
The floor leader yield. Senator may proceed.
Can you supply the body with information about how many fatalities there were in Colorado in the 5 years prior to the time that they legalized recreational marijuana, and how much the fatalities increased in the 5 years subsequent to legalization?
I cannot.
Are there any statistics available that show in any other state what happened to road fatalities after marijuana was legalized?
I'm certain there are, but I don't have them at my hand disposal right now.
Okay.
All right, questions on the amendment? Chair, maker of the amendment.
And Mr. President, an hour's late. I endeavor to be accurate when I speak on the floor. I perhaps was guilty of a little hyperbole about the visible dead body. However, there are some very serious, I do want to say there's very serious public safety consequences to how this bill is currently drafted. My point is, at the very least, we should keep the fines where they are. So that's what this amendment does, and I encourage a green vote.
All right, on the vote, no further discussion. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 28 votes in the negative, the senator's amendment fails. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Excuse me, third reading, final vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? Chair recognizes the senator from the 37th District has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know it's been a long debate. I just want to briefly make a couple remarks. You know, we just passed the cannabis legislation for the legal industry, and voting for this is undermining everything that's been done in the legalization effort. You know, you may not see this, but Maryland voters overwhelmingly voted to legalize cannabis. They didn't overwhelmingly vote to legalize people smoking it wherever they want, whenever they want. Any officer that you speak to, I've talked to several sheriffs, they are not writing tickets for public use of marijuana. The voters voted to legalize cannabis. They didn't vote for us to transform our society to have cannabis everywhere. I haven't spoken on any of the amendments. This is a time, if you have time to change your vote, I haven't done this, usually I get up to explain my vote. If you have any doubts, I'm promising you, if there's a vote you're going to regret, this is going to be the one. But where there was a talk about one of the amendments about the communities have been affected, right? The cannabis bill is going to put money into the communities that have been affected. Well, where do you think people are going to be smoking cannabis in public? Who's really going to be affected by this? Whose rights are we standing up for here today? Think about that. Think about which communities we're actually working to protect. I'm voting red, and I'm encouraging anybody that's got a green up there to take a minute to think about those communities that are the most in need, that most need the protection, realizing the police now have a mandate pretty much not to enforce public consumption.
Senator, 2 minutes has expired. Chair recognizes the senator from the 47th district.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this for the people of my district, who, with the smell of odor and nothing else, could be pulled over when they have done something that is legal. In July, this is now going to be legal in this state. The smell of cannabis stays on a person's body. It stays and around, and the odor in and of itself is not an indicator of anyone being intoxicated. Those are the facts. What will occur, though, or what can occur, is that if a person is just allowed on smell alone, which is subjective, to be pulled over for doing something that is now legal, and then could then be treated improperly in that process. That is why I am trying to protect the people of my district, because they are the ones who have that happen to them today. I don't want that. This is the reason why I'm voting green on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from District 7 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
I'm voting red on this over safety. The amendment I just offered dealing with commercial vehicles, you know what that also included? School buses. Buses that carry our children every day. You could have a bus driver who just got his medical, so he knows, hey, I'm good for another year before I get tested again, and happens to be having a bad day and smokes some. Kids get on the bus, he starts driving, he goes through a stop sign, cop pulls him over. There's nothing a cop can do. He smells it, but it's a school bus with our children. Think about that. It's about safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd district has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. That last question that I asked the floor leader was not an idle question. 3 years ago, there was a study group that I was on. The president of the Senate was the chair of the study group. This was when the former president was still in charge. And it was the summer before COVID hit. And I did a lot of research at the time into driving under the influence. And I found numbers which were startling about the dramatic increase in highway fatalities in states, specifically Colorado, but there were others as well, that had legalized marijuana. I guarantee you it's going to happen here. This bill basically says that you can drive under the influence and nothing can be done about it. And I'll guarantee you we're going to see a dramatic increase in highway fatalities in Maryland as a result of this bill.
All right. Chair, in explaining his vote, I just want to say at the beginning of this session, the floor leader and I had a long conversation about this on many, many accounts. And I wasn't there. And so I think a lot of people have been looking at the question about what happens when something is found or what happens if not being able to do this. My bigger concern, and the thing that I've been convinced of, is what about when things aren't found? And if we have a legal product and there is a search of Marylanders in a legal activity but just by smell alone, they can have their entire life turned upside down, sat on a corner, and search where there may be nothing. And so they have to go through this humiliating experience on just smell alone that is entirely subjective. And so just as the President Pro Tem said, that is what has convinced me that this is the right way to go moving forward. And so I proudly cast a green vote on this bill. If there are no further senators, yes, Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery County.
Mr. President, I think a lot of times bills that are on the floor are easy for me. There are obviously good bills that I agree with or those that I don't. This one's really hard. Because on the one hand, this is about public safety. And the good senator from District 42 and I have been working on driving under the influence of drugs. I had a floor amendment on the cannabis bill on second reader. It's something I've worked on for a lot of years. And NHTSA studies, the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration, has data in every state after cannabis is legalized fatalities go up. People are going to die, and yet I am also persuaded by bias. Unfortunately, our society is not colorblind, and we cannot yet trust our law enforcement and fair stops for people to not be persecuted because of the color of the skin or because of an odor that might be from a passenger or from yesterday or lingering on their clothes. It's a really close call. I'm supporting this bill, but I really hope that we do something in the future to have to make sure that we have safe roadways for drivers, for passengers, and for pedestrians and others. Thank you.
All right, Chair recognizes the senator from District 1 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with all due respect, sir, smell only. This bill, I see us having drunk driving all over again. And there's going to be an organization of Mothers Against Cannabis Use. I don't know what that acronym is. But I am telling you, it is not, I understand, and there should not be profiling, and people should not be being pulled over for smell only. But when a child dies, or a loved one, a grandma, my mother, dies because somebody was under the influence, it will be worth a smell-only inconvenience to somebody sitting on the side of a corner, sitting on a sidewalk, sitting on a corner, because that life may have been spared.
All right, Chair recognizes the senator from District 6 has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Just real quick, Mr. President, I know this is a hard bill for a lot of people to vote for or against, but I vote against it because I think about there's a lot of problems that we have in the world, period. But when we think about things like people being impaired, you know, we already know we have a problem with drunk driving. It's very serious, and there's a lot of people probably in families that have died because of drunk driving. And now, it's been said more than once, I believe it is about safety. And we think about families and walking down the street, or just even driving, going on vacation, or going somewhere through Maryland, and all of a sudden there's an impaired driver. You know, it's just sad that something like that could happen. It can happen. It's a possibility. And we got to look at that. It is a possibility. That's why I look at that and I'm like, wow, I hope it doesn't happen. But I think eventually it's going to come down that it probably will happen. So that's why I can't vote for this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, any further senators wish to explain their vote? If not, Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th District has 2 minutes to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just want to say just one thing from spending my life in law enforcement. You know, we all talk about history, and we should all listen and pay attention to history, because those of us that forget it are doomed to relive it. And I'll tell you, one of our jurisdictions right beside us, we don't have to go to Colorado, Washington, D.C., right? They had this same debate some years ago. What happened to their crime statistics within a year of them doing this, right? What happened? One thing, they made one change in their law, their murder rates almost doubled. Almost doubled. How many guns did they get off the street? A quarter of what they'd gotten the year before, right? And that's what each one of us is doing with this vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, the clerk will take the call. With 27 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1071 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Chair recognizes the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. For
calendar 60.
That's right. House Bill 135. I'd like to suspend Rule 24 to have 2 readings in one day.
All right. The chair has moved to suspend the rules on calendar number 60, which has House Bill 135. Again, this is Rule 24 to be suspended. Chair recognizes the minority whip.
We object to that motion.
All right. Senator objects to the motion. On the motion to suspend the rules for 2 readings in 1 day, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 34 votes in the affirmative, rules having been suspended, clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 135, Delegate Moon, Criminal Law, Controlled Dangerous Substances, and Firearms.
House Bill 135 is on 3rd reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 32 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 135, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Yes, Chair recognizes the vice.
I would like to change one of the amendments. Do I do that now, or do you want me to
Now would be the
wait?
perfect time.
Okay. Amendment number 353726-1.
726. One last time, the last 3 digits?
It was the first amendment that was put on.
Okay. Do we have that one? Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. All right, we're going to do calendar number 54, which is a 3rd reading calendar, and then we are going to take a very short break so we can give the Secretary of the Senate's office a moment to take a break, and then we will be back at it. So it's not going to be a long break. It's going to be a very, very, very short break. But we're going to finish up here with calendar 54. These are 3rd reading House bills. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 319, Delegate Stein, Pesticides, PFAS Testing Study.
House Bill 319 is on 3rd reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 319 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 416, Delegate Ampry, Resources and Education for All, Prisons, REAP Act.
House Bill 416 is on 3rd reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 35 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 416 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 524, Chair, Appropriations Committee, Maryland Stadium Authority, Camden Yard Sports Facility Funds, and Bus Rapid Transit Fund.
House Bill 524 is on 3rd reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 524, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 526, St. Mary's County Delegation, St. Mary's County Transfer of Child Support Unit and Personnel to the Child Support Administration.
House Bill 526 is on 3rd reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 526 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 631, Delegate Stein, Natural Resources, Land, Conservation, Establishment of Goals and Programs, Maryland the Beautiful Act.
House Bill 631 is on 3rd reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 631 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 723, Delegate Love, Natural Resources, Forest Preservation and Retention.
House Bill 723 is on 3rd reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 723 have received the constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 999, Delegate Farr, Corporations Filing Requirements for Dissolution and Termination of Registration or Qualifications Repeal.
House Bill 999 is on 3rd reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 999 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1066, Delegate Vogel, Hate Crimes Commission on Hate Crime Response and Prevention Establishment.
House Bill 1066 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 40 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1066 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1115, Delegate Adams, Libraries, Regional Resource Centers, Governance Requirements.
House Bill 1115 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1115 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1173, Delegate Stein, Motor Vehicles, Recreational Vehicle Dealer Agreements.
House Bill 1173 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President?
I pressed the speaker button, not my vote button. Has everyone recorded their vote and wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1173 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. That is a good enough sign that we need a break. So let's do Chair recognizes Senator from the 37th District.
I'd like to be recorded in the green on
Did you
HB.
pay the tax? Just kidding. No. Senator Mc.
I'd like to be recorded. Well, I am going to be recorded in the green.
Yeah. In the green on which bill?
HB 1066, please.
HB 1066. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Any others? All right. Let's see. All right. We're looking at 1015. 1015. All right. All right, 1015. 1015. Let's see if we have any committees. Let's check with judicial proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could just have the Judicial Proceedings Committee meet in the Silver Room right after we recess.
Silver Room after we adjourn.
After we adjourn.
Adjourn. Yep. Education, energy.
Yeah, the committee will get in the queue behind JPR. We'll meet in the
maybe the old Senate chamber.
Yeah, old Senate chamber.
Old Senate chamber
Immediately after session.
Any Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. President. We just have a few quick concurrences to take up, so we'd like to use one of the rooms when these guys are done.
Well, what about the old House chamber?
Old House chamber.
All right. Sorry to put you in this, you know. Oh, no, just kidding. All right. I'm missing one. I forgot a room. It's late. All right. Any other announcements before we move along? All right, let's do, what's that? Oh, it's Senator from the 38th District.
I wanted to do a vote change.
Senator may proceed.
House Bill 1066 from yay to nay, please.
1066, any objections? Without objections, so ordered. All right, let's do a quorum call. Excuse me.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 46 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session. Chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate of Maryland stand adjourned until 10:15 p.m. tonight, promptly.
Promptly is right. Without objection, so ordered. We'll secure the chamber.